give this a quick audio test. Checking audio. Sounds like we've got it. Okay, we have le YouTube and we have le Twitch. Excellent. Rocking this puppy at 4K today, at least on the local recording. Obviously streaming won't be 4K, but trying to push the quality for the post-production side of things. Okay, we are going to get started here. Hello everyone, and welcome to Fimarth on Twitch and Better Done Right on YouTube. Today we are dual streaming. We still have the same lighting setup as probably the last 5 streams or so, as we have an ongoing test where I'm going to be reviewing some webcams, and that might just be something that we're going to look at today. So today's generally just going to be about gear discussions. We're going to be opening up some things that arrived in the mail today and yesterday, and this very well may be my longest stream to date today, because there's a lot to get through, and I want to get all done all at once, and I ended up with some extra time today. So I think to start things up, I'll recap from the last stream what we did. We repasted the GPU and the streaming rig, and that was a success. It went a lot better than expected, to the point that we actually had to work on other things because it took like 40 minutes or something, even with making some mistakes. So we ended up working on this gaming mouse where the scroll wheel had kind of messed up. It looks like I have thermal paste on the bottom of it, but we ended up fixing that. It turned out that some cat hair had gotten in, and it has some kind of optical switch, some kind of light beam switch for the encoding for the scroll wheel. So we removed some cat hair, believe it or not, and that fixed it. I was really happy because I've been using a cheap, like a $5 mouse when I play Valheim, and it is very nice to have a gaming mouse back finally. And I'm gonna go just verify that I have mouse acceleration turned off, because I just noticed that felt like that. And then of course Windows has crashed. Okay, the prompt finally closed, thank goodness. So we are going to be taking a look at a few things. There's a lot of things that run together. They're all related. I don't quite have every single piece that I need to demo everything fully, but I have the other side of things, and I've downloaded some software to take advantage of what we've got. So hopefully this should be pretty streamlined. I think to get started, we're going to talk about reflections from glasses, and that'll lead into comparison later that I draw. So you can see if I come to a certain angle, you'll be able to see the reflection of the softbox above, and I'm sure at the right angle you would be able to see the screen reflection. So let's take a look at how you can fix that with a filter. So we're going to swap to the top-down look here, and one way of doing that, probably one way that I know, we'll phrase it like that, is a circular polarizing filter. a CPL filter. These filter out light of other polarities. So essentially, light that is I'm lacking a little bit of knowledge on like the specific it's, you know, we're probably talking like physics level understandings to really nail it down, but basically light is polarized, and filters like these can let in specific, not wavelengths, but polarizations of light, and you can adjust it by rotating the actual element. And when you find the right orientation, you can cut glare off of like cars and glass, or glasses, even water. So polarized sunglasses can be really useful for like fishers, and that is one possible option. So I'm going to put this on the lens. Maybe not. Grab my wrong set. These are step-up rings. They allow you to adapt between different filter sizes, and they're usually pretty affordable. And you can get more customized ones where it steps from one small size to one big size all in one jump, and that works fine. But the sets that I have here, these are generally just like the small increment ones. So I've had to stack a few together to get this to fit my smaller lens, whereas normally for the lens I use my ND filter on, that's not so much a problem. And of course, brand new out of the box, it's got a little speck of something that I really don't want to touch, but we're going to try. Wow. It's giving me some grief here. Wonder. Oh, no, it's still there. I wonder if that's actually wedged between the two, because some filters are actually like two plates of polarization, and you're just sliding them in and out of alignment, essentially. That could potentially be what we have. This is a magnetic system, though, from Freewell. I believe I bought this used, but it was like open box. This was a while ago. This is not a recent purchase, so now we're getting this figured out. So this is a combination of things. This is a UV filter underneath. That's what the speck of dirt was on, and I had forgotten that. UV filters are very nearly just lens, like clear lens filters. They have very little optical effect or any kind of distortion or coloring or, you know, making it fuzzy in any way. And they do filter UV light, which may or may not be a problem for your camera. So this is a magnetic system from Freewell. So you have different filters and they will connect magnetically. And I'm trying my hardest here to get this this UV filter clean before I put these back together, and I'm having a little bit of a struggle. This this jacket is new, so I think it's shedding fleece, but we're gonna call that good. At least it's not on going like behind the lens where it could get trapped in the camera body. But we're gonna install that here. Hopefully. These can be a little bit finicky. So filter rings can be a little bit finicky to install. I don't like to install them a whole lot. So I do try to be a little bit cognizant of that, and I don't screw them down super tightly because you can actually have issues where those kind of seize up. So we're going to adjust exposure. Just bump up the ISO. 4 or 5 stops here. And now, so you can see a reflection there. Of course, the angle will be hard. Let's say, okay, so if I look at this specific angle, I think we see a reflection of the screen to the side. So I'm going to try to adjust this in such a way to hide that. There we go. So now at this specific angle, from where I was at least, light has been, the reflected light in the glasses have been cut. And these aren't prescription, they're just blue light filter. They help my eyes feel a little bit more comfortable looking at screens for a while. But that's what a circular polarizing filter does. And we are going to get back to why the heck I even talked about that later when we look at a webcam. For now, I think I'll just take off the CPL component and we're going to leave the UV. We'll drop our exposure several stops there to compensate. Yeah, that's a circular polarizing filter. I think the next thing to look at is this big box that I've been leaning on behind me and what the heck it's all about. It's actually going to end up being, I think, used throughout the rest of this stream, here and there as we take looks at things. And it's not necessarily something for streaming, but I'm probably going to involve it because it's the new fun toy in a way. So why don't we try to take a look at that? And I'm just deciding what best avenue we'll have for this, but I won't need these. I will try to stay on the headphones as long as possible. Eventually that probably won't make the most sense, but it does kind of help me just understand if I need to adjust any settings here. So we're going to move a little bit farther away from the microphone now and point the top down so you get kind of an upside down view here. Maybe even move this mic back a ways. So you'll get a little bit more room tone now as I speak from farther away. I think we even need to bump our input gain now instead of our output gain so that we're not quite clipping on the threshold quite as much. That's a little bit rough. Let me just dial this in. Unfortunately, there's so many rustling sounds that seem to sneak through this gate. So, I think we may just turn that off. Because the rustling is, that may actually be the de-esser. Let me turn the de-esser off. Let's swap this a little bit here. I do wish I could control the threshold and tell it to more smoothly let things in and out. But I have this issue on my other That's fascinating. I had the same issue on my other. Boost that a little bit more. I'll try to get. That's bizarre. I literally. I have so much trouble from this farther distance. So let's go back to the original kind of setup here. And instead, I'm just going to try to move the microphone way back here. And we'll try to make do. I think we'll just throw this up on the desk. Possibly. Okay. Need to make some room. And luckily for me, the weather has been a lot cooler today. So I have not had to run my fan yet. And I'm hoping to avoid that. And you've probably noticed I'm actually in a sweater for once. Okay. Oh god. Okay. So you're really not going to be able to see a whole lot here. Let me put this to the main cam. We may just look at this from the side and I'll boost the gain here a little bit. So this is for B-roll. And B-roll is just the videos or the clips that you take after you've done your main takes, and it is used to further illustrate what is being shown. So this is essentially a turntable. Not the musical type, just the boring type that spins in a circle. But this has a unique feature, and trying to give you an angle here. Doing this on a tabletop is pretty ridiculous, but we'll do our best here. So there's a decently heavy box, and I'm going to take these headphones off. I think we're at a relatively decent volume. So this came packaged quite well, and the box is reasonably heavy. They've used plywood to back one of these metal plates, which I'm always happy to see. Plywood is going to give you a really, really solid structure to brace and protect a box, prevent it from being crushed, prevent it from running into other things. So you can see that this is a large round steel plate. It is a base that has some recessed screws that hold a threaded metal base plate. This is heavy and it's nicely finished. I'm going to set that on the ground. Also, with the plywood is another plate. I believe this is the top plate. So it's less size and diameter, but still has the same finish, similar thickness, and is very strong, very stout. And they put a through hole and a screw through and had that physically bolted to the plywood, which is some quality shipping, in my opinion. I'm gonna put this way out of the way for us. And we'll keep digging through here. These are backer boards, and what it is the same kind of thing where they've sandwiched the good product between two other pieces of, in this case, hardboard. And this, you can peel the plastic off, is a backer board, like for visual, so that as you're looking at something, this is in your background. And you can obviously substitute in whatever you like. Put these out of the way. Okay, digging into the good stuff now. What'll kind of help contextualize this, I think I can get all of this off out of the box now. Progress. It was actually a little bit funny how the box arrived. Because everything was so heavy, the tape on the actual cardboard like flaps of the box had broken, so they wrapped the whole box in tape. It was entirely covered in tape. But it got here, all in one piece. So there's a variety of other items in here, and this will kind of slowly start to make sense. These two rails are kind of what make this product function. And the rest of the parts should be in this bundle. I think they've glued down this foam. Should be able to get you a top view as well. A little bit. We'll adjust it here. That's a little bit better. Tilt you up a tiny bit. And let's swap to both cams. Yeah, we're mostly in frame. Okay. So, this is actually an incredibly simple device, and I love it for that. So this, like I said, is a turntable. Now, your typical turntables for videography, you would put a product or whatever you wanted to showcase on that turntable, you would turn it on, and your object would spin in a fixed location, and your camera would be set off to the side, and you'd set up some lights so it kind of reveals different elements of whatever you're looking at. Now, what this does that's so exciting is your product remains stationary on those discs that I showed you a minute ago, but the camera moves around. What that does is it gives you a parallax effect, which is when your foreground and your background elements move at different speeds. That's parallax. which gives an enormous sense of depth to what is going on. So there's a variety of pieces in here to make it all come together. And one thing I did not consider that I've now realized is this doesn't freestand on its own at like 4 feet. It's meant to go on like a desk, which makes a lot of sense. It's more robust in that way, but I may have a little bit of trouble demoing that live because it'll be slightly off camera view. So I may need to grab a desk or something. So there's a variety of accessories in here. We have rail mounts, we have counterweights. There was a central ball bearing that I pulled out, and it should all go together somewhat in a straightforward fashion. Obviously, we had our 2 plates. We had the base plate, which had its threaded component. So that's where our threaded rod would go into, like so. And then we had a threaded hole through the top plate that would be bolted together with our countersunk Allen key screw. We have our rails, which will slide through this center portion, which will mount on our center rail here. This gets fixed in place, but it has a bearing, a friction damper, and then these lockdown set screws for our rails here. So you can adjust your height and everything there. Then on the actual rails, we do have a variety here of accessories. I believe, just trying to look through and verify how and where these weights go. So it looks like our rail system here with the wing nut is for our counterweights. So you can probably adjust those 2 weights for its whatever counterweight you need. You can adjust them in and out for more leverage, or you can adjust which weights you actually stack on there. We also have the clamp for the backer board. So that board that we looked at a second ago, it's more or less looked like an acrylic sheet, would go in here, you'd screw it down, and then that can go behind the camera. I believe this is just an accessory mount, and I believe this is standard 15mm rail spacing. So I have rails underneath my camera, and it fits. So any standard 15mm rail accessory you can think of will go on these rods. And I love that they've maintained that as a standard, because that might have been somewhat difficult given how skinny the rods are at 15mm. They're probably trying to maintain some stiffness. They did well with those rods. They picked a good wall thickness on that. Then we have our last part, which is where your camera would mount. And this is like the center post on a tripod. This can go up and down. We have a super cheap ball head, but at least we have one, with just a 1/4-20 thread on this other side. So you're gonna need an adapter if you're putting a 3/8 tripod head on there. But at least they gave you a ball head. They didn't prevent you from having a little bit of adjustment. So I think what probably makes sense will be to set this up on the floor. And probably to do that, we will take one of our cameras and move it. So I'm going to swap to the main view briefly. We're going to take our top view camera, throw it up over here. It's just a magic arm. And then we'll try to point it a little more sensibly. Now I may need to sit back here a little ways, and let's take a look at our top-down view. I think that might work. Let's try both. Have both cameras here. See how that looks. So, our base plate is down here. Same with our top plate. So I will take this rod and it will thread into our base plate. Quite a few turns here. There we go. I've already installed the bearing and rod holder here. So I think what makes sense next is to install the rails before I put the lid on over the top. I need to thread that out. There we go. I'll just kind of center those for the time being, tighten that down. And onto that rod, I will throw our accessory. I think you can see that to one side, and I'll just clamp the one half down. Our backer plate holder, I will throw to the inside on the opposite side towards the middle and lock that down. This keeps spinning on me, so I'm going to set the friction so it doesn't just go away on its own. And now I think we can install our top plate. One side has a little bit of a concave. It's actually not a concave, but the hole is a little bit larger on the one side. And I'm going to point that side up, and that is where our convex bolt will go, which you can see. Fantastic. So we just did the rails and everything while we could still see it easily. And then we'll finish up those rails in just a second. Snug this down. Okay, that is reasonably tight. I always end up with a ton of Allen keys, so I kind of put them to the side and I save them. All right, we'll install the camera mount onto this end now. I will tighten that down a little bit more. The adjustability should be pretty good because our center column, the actual rails can move up and down, and then the column can move up and down as well. So you can actually accommodate quite a bit of room. You could get a super low angle where you're like flat across to something, and then you can also have a little bit of a top-down look. Judy, what the fuck is up, my man? How you doing? Not the first Fimorth stream, but the first one that you've caught. This is like I don't know, eighth stream or something. But yeah, you like the t-shirt? Nah, it was a gift from my wife. I wonder why. But we are looking at some gear today. I've gotten a few items in over the past week, and I got a little bit extra time today to look at it. So this may end up being my longest stream to date. But yep, if you want to hang out, feel free. If it's not your thing, no problem. Part of this is I'm recording this at 4K, hopefully. I did a little test run so that I can do a VOD or edit this down later as needed. Pull some B-roll, whatever. Oh, first time to see me in life. Yes, this is my face. This is my face. So, to give you a little sneak peek, I don't think we're going to spoil anything. what we're going to take a look at is some the thing I'm really excited about is some webcams. I'm going to be doing a webcam review for my YouTube channel, and I've had a few streamers that have been asking me questions about which webcam to get, and I thought, well, I'll buy a few, I'll compare them, but I have opinions. I want to prove that the webcam is the last thing to put your money into, even though I'm using a very nice camera for it. That is my YouTube camera. So it's a bit of a video to demonstrate what can be done, what things look like with different gear, but also how good you can make a cheap webcam look if you instead invest your money into a little bit of lighting. So I've had the same lighting set up for a while, and as I do streams, I change the camera out so I can do some comparisons in that video. But we're looking at some different things that I've acquired for the YouTube channel and for the streaming experiments that I've been doing. So we'll be looking at some webcams later. I've got the software installed. Right now we are looking at a product turntable, which is definitely more for the YouTube side of things. I'm going to try to set up the camera to do that as a live demo of all the other things that we get out. And I'll show you this, I think, yeah, if you look right there, there's another light that I've set up on a remote, and it should turn on in a second. There it is. We're going to call that the big light. It's one of my spare lights that I may or may not get rid of eventually, but that's going to be for the product turntable in the background when we get that set up. But I set it up on a remote today, which is kind of fun. Fun having all that automation. So I'm going to keep going here, Judy. Ask any questions you have. Hang out. Feel free to mosey on if you need to. Okay, so we'll throw this counterweight on, and I'm going to just slide that kind of near the middle here so we're not putting too much leverage. And I'm going to move this into the background. Very nice. And I think we'll be able to get some light on that later, and everything else we take a peek at, we'll be able to demo that. So I've cleared a little bit of space. Those of you that have caught my earliest streams know that this is a work in progress room. This corner did not exist with all these things set up, so this has been quite the adventure getting there. Yeah, Judy, I was on a stool. I had a roller stool that it beat the other stool that I had. So this is my third chair. I could get a chair. I literally have a rocking chair in the other room. That would be kind of a vibe. But I guess I'm putting my time and energy into the other parts, not the comfort parts. You may or may not have heard sort of the whole thing that's gotten me streaming is I want to build a sim racing rig, and that is going to have a custom chair, quite possibly. And that whole rig, its purpose is to replace my computer, like desk and everything. It's going to be dual purpose. So my computer chair upstairs may become extra, and it's been plenty comfortable, and I really don't want to have like 2 extra office chairs because they're such a hard thing to store. You bought a Herman Miller chair, specifically one of their gaming ones, worth money for all the amount of sitting you do. Yeah, I need a bucket seat, but my thought is and you'll probably be the only person to hear this, so I'll give you a little secret. I want to see if I can water cool a bucket seat. I think that would be really interesting. I always get sweaty. I get super sweaty when I play racing games. And you can't cool everywhere with a fan, and fans don't necessarily make sense with audio. So I'm wondering if, even if it was just for my back, if I had a patch that could get cooler than my skin temperature, then my thought is, as blood flows through that area, the blood cools, but your blood's circulating, so it should draw heat just like sweating does. It should generally lower your temperature if you cool one area. Obviously, the more area you cool, the better, which is why fans and air conditioning work so well. But I want to see if that's possible. But that's kind of an idea that I'm kind of keeping on wraps a little bit. Because it's one of my better ones. It'll make a good video, if nothing else. People have tried it. People have tried to make their own beds and things, but they don't have a reason to do it. They're just trying it out. I have a reason. This is going to be my 24/7 chair. So if I can make that work, that would be incredible. Yeah, I'm not going to try to make any money from it. It's going to be a project video like a lot of the ones I plan to make for my YouTube. So, yeah, it's more like, I'd like to be one of the first to, present the idea and present my solutions. And then, whatever after that, if the cool thing is, if you build something for yourself, as long as you're not selling it, you can never be held legally liable, as far as I can understand, because you're not trying to make money from it. So that's one concept that I really like, is how can you recreate an expensive proprietary product for yourself and then show the process of creating it in a way that is legal. You're just showing the art side of it in a way, but for the right people, they can figure out how to do it for themselves too. I think that would be super neat. But that's super general. That is super general for sure. But how have you been, man? It's good to see you in chat. Where's my water bottle? What on earth? I must be blind. There it is. Right by my foot. I do have another water bottle coming later this week that I think is a gallon instead of the 32 ounces that this thing is. So should hold 4 times the water, which I'm excited about. I usually get run through these pretty quickly. Okay, why don't we take a look at something else here? I'm going to dig around in the background briefly, and then actually that'll coincide with something else. So I have a variety of things that they all relate to each other, so I want to look at each item kind of when it makes sense. But that was really easy to assemble, the turntable. I just had to look at things and it all kind of made sense. So I'm happy for that. Doing all right. Just enjoying your last days of free time gaming before you have to go to work at your new job. Fantastic. I'm glad you found some work, dude. I know it's stressful when you don't have anything going, so good for you. I know it's a struggle looking for work, especially these days, so good on you for fighting that struggle and getting back to some stability. But thanks for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. I appreciate the lurk. And hopefully I don't knock anything over and wake you up. But do your thing as well. Make sure you get that rest. You need it. Okay, so I'm going to dig around in this box. This box of boxes back here. Okay. The next thing we're going to look at is a very exciting piece of tech for me, indeed. And it is a repurpose of a streaming product. So everybody's heard the brand Elgato. They've done a really good job of getting their name out there and creating decent products for streamers. Let me actually swap the top down back to the top down spot. There we go. Hopefully that'll be in frame. Swapped both. And I'll bring you in a little bit. Actually, I think that might work. It'll be nice to have a dedicated set of cameras that never move from these different positions. But this will do for now. I'll keep swapping things around. Okay, so we are looking at the SmallRig teleprompter. And for those that don't know, a teleprompter is simply a two-way mirror. It's a mirror that you can partially see through, and it's also partially reflective. And if you place a screen off axis, you can look through the reflection of that screen with the camera, and the camera won't see whatever's being essentially projected or mirrored on the glass. Now this is an actual teleprompter. It is not necessarily created for streaming like your Elgato prompter would be. And I think in this case it ends up being a little bit cheaper for me because it has no screen. But because it has no screen, I also have to work around that problem. Now, a lot of times you will pair these with a tablet. That tablet will run an app which displays whatever you're trying to read, and you will have a remote to control the speed of the text and potentially the formatting, pause, play, and then scroll back up to do another take. Well, I don't want to use this with a tablet. I really don't want to buy yet another device that may not see a lot of use. So I have some solutions to use a screen. And what Elgato's solution does is allows you to put your chat window to where when you are reading it, you are actually looking at the camera. And hopefully in the next 20 minutes or so, I will have that same functionality for a little bit less money, and also now with a teleprompter that can be used as a professional teleprompter in other scenarios. And I'll explain why this fits my specific needs a little bit better, but let's take a closer look at this. There's a microfiber cleaning towel, cool to see. This is the front flap. We do have a cover. There is the glass and the teleprompter. So I'm going to close that and see if we can get this pulled out of here. So it's a little bit hard to see on camera. Let me get a good idea of the angles here. I'll show you from the top down view. This is from kind of the back. So there's a rear grommet that will fit around your lens and block out the light. That is incredibly important. as light reflections on the back side of the glass will be seen by the camera. This is essentially a barn door flap. It's like a matte box, and it is aluminum, and that locks down really well. So that's good to see. This is like a carbon fiber print. It's not actually carbon. There are 2 cold shoe mounts on the top, which is cool to see. Struggling not to put my fingerprints on the back of this. The way it mounts to the lens will be with a 15mm accessory, 15mm rail mount, and I'm assuming that feels like it's on the underside here. It was nice to see they had this included flap in this carrying case, so as I pack this up to take it to maybe a shoot, should I ever do any work for anybody, that will protect the glass from the flap as you're traveling. So this is a double-sided case. It is nice to also have a carrying case for something like this. I try to buy things in a way that give me more options down the road, and that is really what this purchase kind of demonstrates, where the stream seem to have had my phone on in my pocket. The Elgato prompter is really based around a webcam or a DSLR, and it is mostly just meant to live on your camera. This is an actual teleprompter. It has other features that lend itself well to a maybe more professional use. So that's where this comes in. This is an adjustable rail mount. I do have rails on the front of my camera. I may be able to show you that with this reflection. Nope, a little bit too dark to see back in that corner, but I have my camera mounted on on accessory rails, and that allows me to attach a lot of these modular components, and that's where this comes in. So I am mounting the weight of this teleprompter onto those rails instead of mounting the weight of it onto my lens. It's completely fine to mount a teleprompter to your lens for most lenses, but I have some lenses that I may in fact use that they're too long. There'd be way too much leverage. We have a lens under the table here. Some of my first streams covered this. This is the original zoom lens. This was the first mass-produced zoom lens. This is a 50 to 300 millimeter lens from Nikon, and it's dirty. We're going to clean this eventually on stream, and that coincides to some other projects, building up kind of that skill set for cleaning and disassembling lenses. But if I had, it's very impractical, but if I had this mounted to my camera, I would have the lens supported by the rails. But if I also put a teleprompter way out here, you're just adding more weight, and you're putting a lot of stress on the lens mount. So that is the point of having the weight of this managed by something else. Now you can get around that. There is just a 1/4-20 thread at the very bottom here. This I should be able to get into frame for you. And it does have RA locating pins to the side, so it's going to be anti-twist. And you could just mount that on a light stand and just have it right out in front of your camera. But I like the idea of an all-in-one solution. Now, this came with a remote in the box. I have heard this remote is not necessarily the best. Time will tell. There are some other solutions like media player remotes, and you can use those with various apps to scroll and whatever. in your teleprompter notes, we also have the mount. Now this is going to be, I believe they tell you that this is a tablet mount and not to use your phone, but a lot of people do end up using their phones. So this can expand in two directions, I do believe. There we go. So get you a slightly better view of that. We have a lower section that pops out, then we have an upper section, and it can even go out even further. So that should be able to hold, in landscape view, a decently sized tablet, though to my eyes that should fit my phone in portrait mode should I need it to. So even though they say that's not really what it's for, you should be able to make do. And this will screw into the front and it'll angle just right to reflect properly. So we will end up taking a look at this shortly. So I need to figure out how we are going to mount this to the camera. And we're going to talk about how we'll actually have chat moved over to this. And I am a little bit concerned that it's going to look weird to people, that I'm like staring at them wide-eyed, struggling to read. But you know, your mileage may vary, and this is all a continuing process. This is to experiment. This is not to create a final product. So looking back at the teleprompter, we have another exciting feature. This does detach. If you pull these levers up on the sides, the front mirror section can be removed, and that essentially becomes a matte box almost on its own, just with the mirror. And now we're left with this component, which, if we pinch up here, we can slide out this tray, and this is a 4x5 filter tray. So if you bought SmallRig's matte box, you would essentially have very similar, if not the same, components here with this 4x5 tray. So if you wanted to absolutely splurge on 4x5 filters, you could do it and use it on this teleprompter. 4x5 filters are very large, and they do not have, there may be some electronic options, but generally they are known to not be variable. So you need your actual individual pieces of glass for your varying levels of shading to get your proper exposure. So they are very expensive because of that. But there's all types of filters that you can get. Diffusion filters, polarizing filters, and all kinds of things. We do also have a knob on the side here, which I'm gonna twist and see what the heck it does, because I'm really not actually sure. It does tighten at one point, so we'll thread this till it loosens. It doesn't seem to, okay, it does stop at a certain point, and I'm just curious if it's, okay. So that's kind of exciting. You could mount this baffle to your lens and take it off and leave it by undoing that screw if you needed to separate anything. Perhaps you needed to clean something, but at least you do have that option, and that's a really, really nicely made, really robust function there. So this baffle is for 52 millimeters to 95. Let me get a little bit closer, which you're gonna have a lot of trouble reading that. Try to get a shot here. 52 to 95 millimeters. It is just a thin-ish rubber, but it should stretch over your lens, and you can also pull these kind of corners out to help seat that over your lens. But I do believe you should just be able to press it over your lens. So here is what size is this? Why doesn't it? Okay, so this is a 62 mil lens. So we should be able to just essentially press that over the lens, kind of past where we want it to go, and then pull it back forward, and it should snap like that. Obviously on this lens, that wouldn't really work for manual focus. But I don't know that you'll be pulling manual focus on this particular lens and using a teleprompter. That would be a very bizarre setup. But you can just easily push that past, bring it back, then you can slap on the rest of the teleprompter and tighten this screw down. I do want to look at the construction of this mechanism. Well, I guess I'll just call the 4x5 filter tray, because this is really impressive. So this is all metal. So it seems to be a cast piece of aluminum. It may be machined though. I'm not an engineer, but I'm gonna guess cast. The features are softer. And inside of here, we have a threaded rod that we used. And as I thread this in, I'm trying to see which way it moves. Okay, so this is one continuous ring. There's a band on the inside that runs all the way through. It's at a fixed location here. At its widest, most open position, it is naturally sprung open, let's say, larger than the baffle, so that the baffle can drop in there. Easily. There we go. It's a little bit snug, but that's totally fine. And then this end of that ring has probably a nut, maybe a floating nut or something. And as you tighten this, here's a blurry view for you. You can see the gap between these two pieces of metal, the start and the end of the ring. As you tighten this, that gap closes. So it's basically pulling this side over, but because it's fixed and because it has a ring and it'll have something in the middle of it, it has the effect of pulling a fairly even amount of tension all the way around. That is, what an incredible mechanism to have here. And it's all metal. I'm really, really excited to see that. There's so many teleprompters that are just pure plastic, but because SmallRig makes so many different products, they can integrate their different things to where you have your 4x5 filter component, and they're like, oh yeah, we just slapped this new baffle on it and some magnets, and now you can mount this to something else. So looking back at our filter, or our actual matte box or prompter box, we have these pins at the top. So these kind of locate, and then they kind of have a small cutout on them. Let me see if I can show you on this. Get out of frame here. Focus, please. There. Briefly. Oh, it just snagged focus as I pulled it away. Oh well. We'll do the old top-down look here. So that's the shape of those locating pins. So they're kind of I forget the technical term, if it's chamfered or beveled, but it's rounded at the top, so it's easy to find. And then they have some fairly decently sized magnets at the bottom, which interface magnets down here. So your magnets will sort of locate. There's also tabs. So these tabs have a slight catch to them. So you'll place the prompter down into it. The magnets will pull together and help align things. And then once this is pressed together, you flip your lever down, and that lever is going to engage with that little cutout on that locating pin. Yes, I gotta show you guys this. This is the kind of thing that I love doing here, is showing off how this stuff actually works. We talk less about how it functions and or less about like how you use it and more about how it's made. I love this kind of stuff. So that's open all the way. As I close this lever, that top piece becomes visible. So this is actually pivoting somewhere in here. This lever is pivoting, and then its rotating function is now linear movement here to push this slide up and down. So there's maybe some kind of a cam here and a spring to keep that all engaged. But what a beautiful design. That you can't do that kind of thing out of plastic. And you also can't do that kind of thing if you don't have the experience of making a lot of camera accessories. And SmallRig certainly does. So we've looked at that mechanism because that was super exciting and distracting. Now, why don't we look at this top flap? So it's all one sheet of anodized aluminum. It's fairly thin, but you don't necessarily need that to be anything other than it is. The main concern I have is, since it is just a plate that is essentially bolted, maybe if you got too aggressive with it and you had way too much tension, you could probably bend it. And aluminum has a fatigue life where it's not very ductile, it's not very flexible. You can't bend it like a spring and expect it to go straight back. You have to be very delicate with aluminum in a lot of cases. As soon as you start fatiguing it, you may be able to bend it back into place, but you only get so many tries before it work hardens and it completely snaps on you. So that's one point of failure that's a little bit concerning. And it looks, I think SmallRig does provide replacement components, and this is obviously something you can replace really easily. So I will take it as metal over plastic, and I will deal with what that entails. That is the bet that I would prefer to make. So I am happy that it is metal. I would take it every day of the week. But just looking at it, that is slightly concerning. Though, it is interesting how they've designed this. Just read chat here. I should be sleeping. Aw, thank you, Judy. Can't stop watching. Go to bed. There will be a VOD. There'll be a VOD. You can always go back and you can look at your leisure. Make sure you sleep, my man. So, looking up at this, you've got your two screws, which, holy overexposure there. So your two screws go there, and then as I roll this over, what they thread into, it's not just two little tiny nuts on the backside. It's like they took a tube and they milled off like 30% of it. So it actually has a lot of surface area on the back side. So that is appreciated. If you're gonna have all this leverage on a mechanism like this, that's the way to do it. You don't want to just have two screws. You want to try to spread out that surface area a little bit. Obviously, this only becomes a problem if you use it a lot and then you try to slam it down and you've got your mechanism too tight. Looking at the actual mechanism, this is your standard cam lever that you find on all types of accessories for cameras, and it is the type that is sprung loaded that you can pull out and reposition. That is becoming very much a standard feature. Sometimes you can't quite get the lever into place because there's something else getting in the way, so you can pull that back, reposition it, and kind of ratchet it in a sense. Looking at it though, you can get it plenty loose to the where everything is completely loose. But to get it to hold, it doesn't take a whole lot of pressure here, and you can still turn that almost another half turn. So it's the range of control here is nice. I was a little bit worried with it being a little bit heavier, being metal, that maybe it would start to sag down, and that's absolutely not the case. They do have a nice cammed mechanism here, or a nice clamp is really what that should be. So you can see it's maybe 15, 18 that might be 20 millimeters wide, about an inch wide, and it is has a decent size cutout, and they've clearly spent some time on each and every component of this. But because there's such a gap there, the limit before you actually press those two halves all the way down, you've already clamped way far in advance. And because the threading is fairly, actually look at this. It's actually a more aggressive thread. It almost looks like a 1/4-20 thread. So I'm guessing that's just the balance of not having to turn it too many times and advance it to actually still have a little bit of flexibility there. But that is just really impressive for a product. And this is reasonably priced. I think it's in the $150 range, which gets you up and rolling. There's certainly other options. They may provide different solutions for you, but this is the one I went for. It's constructed well. It's from a brand that I trust, and it mounts in a modular way to a modular system. So I have ultimate flexibility down the road, and I get to choose my screen. I'm not relying on another screen that may or may not be any good, and that's just one less component to worry about, or for you, a different component to worry about. So why don't we try to get this mounted now? And now that we've completely played with this whole component, I will first remove the rear baffle, and we'll go over to the lens. And hopefully I don't disconnect the USB cable. But that slapped on there. Looking at how this mounts, our accessory rail is actually our accessory rail mount is the actual component that has the mount for our screen. So I'm going to put those two together because it'll be easier now rather than later. And this is where you could later on support your prompter from this inset brass 1/4-20, because you will be occupying the one that is on the prompter itself. But obviously, if you had a completely stationary setup, there's no reason you couldn't have a light stand supporting your prompter and then a light stand supporting a tablet. You can make things work in this wonderful world of camera rigging. What I am a little bit curious of is I was expecting to see some kind of vertical lock to this, and we'll see what this ends up looking like. It looks like I'm going to mount this and we'll just carry on. to me, this is looking like when I mount this on the rails, this is going to sit low. Then I install the rear portion of the prompter, the actual filter box portion, the blanking on my words there, but that portion, and then this will thread into that. But it almost looks like this may be somewhat supported off of the lens. What I was expecting to see was another lever here that could fix everything, and I could just slightly press up so I know the weight is taken off of the camera lens. But we'll install this and get a proper look at it. Don't know. It is possible that I need my extension rails. That may just be long enough though. So let me start sliding this. So I've gotten I have the rail mount slid on. Now I'm going to clip the filter box onto the baffle that's on the lens, and then we'll slide the two components together and tighten it up to see what happens. Oh, that's incredible. Okay, so as I tightened the rail slides, it actually tightened the vertical adjustment. So all of my stress just went away as I discovered that. So yes, it's not just a free floating mechanism where this whole thing is still supported by the lens. It is actually fixed in place. So I can put a little bit of up pressure to know that I'm picking up the weight of it, tighten it down, and now I know there's no weight, no downward weight from this piece of not glass mirror. We never did look at the mirror, did we? But it's going to be your bog standard mirror. So I think it's a 70-30 mirror, which I believe means you can view through it 30% or 70% and it reflects 30%, something like that. You know, if it was like the other way, you'd be blocking a bunch of light. So we should be able to clip this on now. I've gotten everything snugged down. Hello. That's a good little view. Okay. So looking at my preview, I would say our exposure hasn't really changed. And that's really cool. That's actually really, really cool. So this lens is zoomed all the way out, I believe. Not quite. So it's about, it was at about 24. Let's go to the main. Okay. So that vignetting is round though. So that's probably our baffle. I can probably slide this back farther. You can see the top flap here. That is important for protecting the mirror from having reflections. Reflections are probably going to be pretty obvious on that glass. So there's just a loss of contrast. We'll call it the glass. It's probably plexiglass. Oh, okay. We are seeing the actual prompter corners. Those are straight corners. So we're seeing both. I don't believe this product is actually rated for this wide angle of a lens. And as you saw, we had it zoomed in slightly. 20 millimeters, mind you, on a full frame lens is very wide. You can certainly go wider. I think you can go like, I mean, there's fisheye lenses for sure. There's even there's don't get me started. There's some crazy lenses out there. So what I might try to do is slide this back a little bit further, and we'll see if we can get this moved back far enough to get rid of some of this vignette, even though it's not necessarily concerned right at the moment. So to do that, I'm going to take the prompter off. And something else worth mentioning that's really cool to see here. These cam levers, if you lift them up just a little bit, they will release. They move just far enough to release, but you don't necessarily have two hands to lift the two levers and also handle the prompter. So if you go past where the spring, where it kind of stops, there's a little section where you can press it further and it binds into place. It's pressing it up, it doesn't feel like it locates somewhere, but I think there's an actual like detent, and it holds the lever up for you so you can move to your other side and hold the prompter as you release that last lever. That is lovely. Really, really happy with that purchase. So we'll try to slide this back now. POV, you are going diving, and I'm installing the wetsuit over your head. I don't know if you heard that, but I said as I was pulling the baffle flat back, POV, you are going diving, and I'm putting the let's get rid of this guy. I'm putting the wetsuit over your head. You are child, and I'm putting sweater over your head. All right. Back to it. So I flaps to kind of pull the top section further back and then the bottom section. And then I'll slide this rail under. It seems like there is a point where, depending on the size of your lens, you may need a taller base plate. Oh, that's cool. So as I install the rail mount, there's a little arrow that points up and it points. Apologies. Okay, we are still good. Let me double check my audio. Testing audio 1, 2, 3. Okay, the little preview just went away, so I wanted to make sure we're still live. So on that rail mount, there is an arrow on the, what is my right side, pointing up and down, and I tested it. The left side just clamps to the rail. The right side clamps to the rail and is the one that locks up and down. So you don't have to undo both, you just undo one. I'm in love with this thing. Okay, now we'll slide the box, teleprompter back. we go. And the reveal. Ta-da! It focuses back so nicely. Okay, so we are at 20 millimeters wide, and we have just a little bit of vignetting in the top corners. If you can see that. And that's this much zoom. That's absolutely nothing to get rid of that. And we're already a little bit wider than I even really need to be here. So that is super cool. What a cool product. I did my research. I think Saturday I spent most of my day just researching different products and hanging out with some streamers I follow, so that was really cool. We may end up using this microfiber towel to clean the plexi. It looked like it was a little bit dirty. I would be curious, looking at it now, the shape of the plexiglass is unique. It's not just a square. It's so funny. Now you can't see the lens, which would be for you right there. That's funny. Wait, no. Sorry, the mirror to the side really threw me. So your lens would be right there. There you go. Now you can see it. But out here you can't. So it would be interesting. I did hear someone, they were saying in the comments that they use a teleprompter when they photograph children, and they'll play like a video that it's like a kid's cartoon or something, and the kids will like lock on to the teleprompter. They'll be seeing that, and they're like, what is that? So bright and colorful. And it helps them get visual engagement with the kid without like snapping at them like you would like you're trying to get a photo of your cat. But so looking back at this, the glass is not perfectly square. It tapers in slightly on the edges, and then the corners have cutoffs. And what I'm thinking of is, could you make your own replacement if you ever needed to? The bottom is caught in there, so that's actually straight. This looks like it's probably straight through there, and then up there it looks like it's probably also straight through there. The thickness may be a concern if you were to try to use glass to make a replacement for that, but maybe you can get 16th inch glass, and I really don't know how you can make what we got. Oh, that's what's loose. I don't know that you can make your own two-way mirrors, but I am experimenting. I've purchased some reflective film that should go on glass, and I'm thinking that may act as a two-way mirror, and it's just a cheap way to test out so we can do some other tests. But I would be curious about scratches on the teleprompter from cleaning it over the years, if that's a concern. So you may want to be very gentle when you clean that and avoid touching it like I was trying to do earlier. So now comes the next part. How can we put our chat there in front of the camera? So we've got our teleprompter going. Can I just use my phone? I'll go to the Twitch app. And then we should be able to go back to my stream manager. We'll pause that, and we'll swipe over to the chat, and hopefully I do wonder, because we're looking at a mirror and we are turning 180 degrees, there's probably going to be some type of flip. So this may not work the way I think it will work. But let's say we were horizontally. Please bring up the chat, Twitch. That's kind of a useless window. We'll just try to do it vertically then. So if I bring out everything here, so I can actually hold my camera in the way of, or hold my phone in the way to where when I look at the chat there, I am basically engaging with the camera view. However, it's mirrored horizontally because we're looking at a mirror, and our view is opposite of what it is seeing. So that is something to contend with. Maybe there is an app that would let you mirror the image on your phone, or maybe there is a setting. I don't know if you would need to dig into like developer controls on a phone to be able to do that, but that would be incredibly hard to do on its own. You'd need a separate phone, but it is at least a display. So my other solution for this is this. And this is a little, very dirty, maybe I won't show you that part, HDMI touchscreen. This is back from when I was experimenting with crypto mining and wasting tons of money and having an absolute blast. The specs on the back say that this is a 7-inch HDMI display C. Not sure what a display C is, but the resolution is 1024 by 600 pixels, so it's somewhat usable. It has a backlight that you can turn on and off. The backlight is powered by USB, and the touch functions also are communicated over USB. So you just get your display in. I'm going to clean this screen before I show you. I'm embarrassed. Yeah, whatever. So, yeah, it's a full touch screen. And I think it might even be multi-touch to where you could zoom. But this would be mounted on a mining rig, and it would be used as your display out. And you could just walk past your rig, and it could, it could be loading whatever you needed. But I have saved this screen because I thought it was pretty nifty, and everything else got repurposed, sold on, given away, whatever ended up happening with it. But I have this screen. It is small. It should be able to fit in place of my phone that is now over there. And because it will just look like a normal screen to Windows, I can flip any sort of direction, I can scale, and it's narrow. I did hear an interesting recommendation. If I use a widescreen or the full width of the teleprompter, me looking from one side of the teleprompter to the other side, you might be able to perceive my eyes moving if I was like reading a script. That's maybe not a very big deal for using this as a chat window, because you probably want to be able to tell that I'm reading chat, that I'm not just like staring intently at you, struggling to process everything. But a solution to that is to actually run your display in portrait, because you can, just move your text faster and you're moving your eyes less. But that all corresponds to how close you're actually looking at the person that's reading. Okay. Why don't we try to set this monitor up? And we need something else for that. So let me dig back here. So we have already opened one of these on the stream, but I purchased another one because it worked so well. So this is a DisplayPort to HDMI cable. This is full size to full size. It's 4K capable. I don't know if that's 4K 60 or 4K 30. But that, for my needs, it's already exceeding them. And I have ended up buying maybe 2 or 3 of these because the GPU that we recently had out and we were fixing on stream only has one HDMI out, and every device that I have around me is HDMI only. I don't have a DisplayPort monitor that's out here, so that's why we need that. The interesting thing about it, you might think, why don't you just buy an adapter? Well, the cable itself is, I think it was under $15, and an adapter by itself was, I think, more than half the cost of the cable, if not very similar in cost to the cable. So I figured, why don't I just buy a reputable budget brand cable, and then I don't have to struggle with adapters. An adapter is just another component in the chain that could fail, and potentially, in my mind, it may add to latency. So we're going to install this behind the computer, and we'll run it out to this monitor. I'm hoping that we can just throw this monitor into the tray and bring our chat windows over, flip the display, and hopefully we will be up and running. But before that, we will take a quick break. You may be able to hear me in the background. We'll keep the pause screen up since you'd only just be seeing my armpit pretty much as I am right by the camera. But we are getting our DisplayPort cable run on our GPU for our third monitor on this rig, and we will use that for our teleprompter. Okay, that was lucky. That plugged right in. Our USB Metal on glass. Not great. Try to run this to the back of the computer. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 3, so our top port might be free. No. Our bottom port might be free. And that's wrong. Put that again. Okay. Hello again. So I have run our cable from the back of the monitor for display, and I've also run the USB as well for our backlight, which you can barely tell. Obviously it's an LCD, so it's blocking most of the light until you power it. Give it a display. These two monitors are going to freak out. But I'm going to try to tuck this under here. Why don't we go for gold? Try to do that quite a bit here. And I will just extend this near its maximum. Slot this display in there. It's not holding it quite straight, but it's reasonable. And our touch function does still work, which is kind of amusing. Okay, now we can get back on the mic properly, and I can start looking at how we'll set this up. Why don't we try to do a desktop view? So here's my two chat windows for Twitch back in preview, and then the YouTube. And if I bring those down, so now we have a third monitor hooked up. So I can go right click display, go display settings, and here it is. So that's our tiny little monitor. This is our 1080p screen. This is a TV that I've been playing on. Then we have another 24-inch 1080p screen to the side that I use for previewing or whatever, but it is actually set up with a custom 4K resolution so that my live view of the camera can be viewed at a higher resolution. That's a new experiment with today. And then over here, we have our itty bitty little monitor, which I can actually go over to now. I can see the reflection of it. And that is our 1024 by 600 display. So compared to 4K, my goodness, it's tiny. But why don't I'll just situate it kind of off the bottom right corner. That will make linear sense for me as we go across. And I'll hit apply for the position. But now with this monitor selected, we're going to go down and look at our settings. We'll make sure our resolution is the correct resolution. We're going to flip this to portrait. We will keep our changes. And I'm going to go over now and look at the teleprompter and preview that. Why don't I try to get a view for you guys? It may just be this handheld view. So you've seen what I'm doing. The only other thing that I'm going to change is whether the portrait view is flipped or not, which is a nice and easy setting to change. So let's throw this to the both cams view, and if I unhook this, I should keep a little mount on this tripod. That would kind of be handy, and then I could just throw that wherever I need, but I have all of those set up. So we're going to kind of lean over and I'll try to give you a little bit of a preview. So as my cursor, which is here, goes all the way across the screens to now dropping off, it's actually on the prompter and you can see it there. So I'm looking at my movements on there, and as I move my mouse to the right on the mouse pad, it's actually moving the mouse to the left. So I'm going to swing all the way back over here, and we will hit portrait flipped. We will hit keep changes. Everything's super exposed. We'll go back here, and now it's left is left and right is right, but everything's upside down. So how are we going to fix that? I have a simple solution that'll definitely work, but looking at our settings over here, I don't think there's a vertical flip. I really don't think there is, and that's okay. That's really not going to be a problem for us. Oh, actually, perhaps you're curious the actual more specific details, but the display comes up as an MPI 7002. That's all the details. I don't know the exact like brand of it or anything. So I think we're gonna do something to fix this, and then we're gonna undo the other thing that we fixed. So our view is upside down currently. The top, basically this display is correct. Here, like that's the bottom of it, and that's the top. But when we look at it there, the top is now has us upside down. So my, simple fix for this is to simply flip our display upside down. It's a little bit unfortunate because now our cables will be extending into our space quite a bit more. But this is all a process. This is day one for all of this. Okay. That seems reasonable. So we flipped our display, and you can actually see in the preview, the main cam preview there, that the cables are in the view. We may or may not be able to adjust that, but like I said, this is we're just trying to get this to work right now at the moment. So looking at our display now, our reflection, we're mirrored again the wrong way, but down is down and up is up, so that's good. So we're gonna hop back over to here, and we will select regular portrait like we originally had. And looking back there, it is now, I'm a little bit confused. Left and right have been fixed, but now up is down and down is up. It should be a 2-degree change. What the heck? I thought this would be easier. So let me hit landscape. Yeah, that won't work. We'll do portrait flipped again. And looking at that, that would make sense. Oh, I see. So we need to flip the view without rotating. That does have me reasonably confused here. That's a little bit unfortunate. I think we have another solution that may work better, and it should allow us to still couple everything to the camera. But just to illustrate the goal here, let me take, oh wow, that is gotten to be a very tiny window for some reason. So we'll take this screen and we can grab a pop-out chat. And we should be able to, whoop, hang on. What? Does the chat window not, because the browser, what on earth have we done? This should let you, oh, okay. It's that, there's a function in, oh, I should not have done that. I need this guy. Windows where it, I think it's, I don't know, multi-display easing or something. It's where you hit these borders. You actually have to really encounter that border for it to cross. But the idea is we can put this here, and if I can find the right corner or the top, we'll go full screen. And the idea would be you could scale this, you know, adjust brightness or whatever, and that could become the chat window. So now as I would read chat, I'd be looking at you guys. But as it looks now, we have run into some technical difficulties with that. The positioning is not necessarily the best. So we'll keep pushing with that, because that was kind of one of my goals, was to get that running, and then that would enable us to have kind of that upgrade implemented this stream as we kept going. But before we get to that, I forgot to get some water, so we will be right back. Alrighty, we are back. I got some water, and it seems that the project room is reasonably well insulated, because even though it was quite cold earlier, the heat has built up with all of the lights and displays and the computer. So that is how it is. Luckily, we're going into winter, and I will start being able to wear the cozy jacket that I just got. So we were setting up the teleprompter and we were trying to get our chat moved over to that said teleprompter. And we encountered the issue of display orientation and being able to view the mirrored image properly. All of the Windows settings seem to... they allow you to flip the display, but they do not mirror the display. So I had a backup plan, just hoping nothing else would happen, but we do have this screen, and I do technically have another screen as well. So I'll take this shroud off of this. If I can recall how. Kind of impressively molded. There we go. That came off. So this is a just an external monitor for a camera. It's a 7-inch display, and the little screen that we have right there is also a 7-inch display. This one I don't recall the exact resolution of, and they're probably pretty much the same. But this is a much higher quality display than that would be. Obviously, it's actually in an enclosure and everything. But the other thing is that they expect you to mount these external monitors in weird ways. So there's typically some display functions in the minis that let you flip different things. So what I'm hoping is we can install this with the HDMI. We'll give it power from the battery bank that is giving supplemental power to the camera, and it'll still run wirelessly in a weird sense, and that'll allow us to take the prompter with us if we need to. This is actually a spare display for me. This was the first one I ever got, and I now have a smaller one that I use more typically that has some different features. So this could potentially live on this whole rig. It does also have a 1/4-20 mount on the side. So if we really wanted to get into it, that may be useful. To power this though, we do need a solution. And that solution is going to look like this. This is an NPF dummy battery. It's completely hollow. It just has 2 pins on the bottom and then a 8-volt DC jack on the front. And then I have made a cable that is just two... I don't know the specific specs on these, but it fits my 8-volt port on my battery. And we have 2 of these together, and it lets me send 8 volts to this. These batteries normally are like 7.2 volts, something like that, so 8 volts is well within the range. Running wirelessly on a metaphorical level, that's amazing. Hey Junk, how are you? I tried running it through Zoom. Let's see, you sent that when I was talking about the prompter. Tried using the teleprompter screen through Zoom. Oh, like to mirror the image? I haven't touched a Zoom since the pandemic was in fuller swing. But that's a funny comment that you're running wirelessly on a metaphorical level. But I'm glad you're doing well. Yep, mirroring the image is the problem. So there's a little display that I've hooked up. It's just a 1080p, not a 1080p, it's a little HDMI screen that is situated right over here. So that screen is now extending from my other two screens here. And I thought I was winning when I flipped the screen over and then mirrored or flipped the portrait, but I was mirroring one way and I need to mirror two ways, I think. Or when I would flip portrait view in Windows, I think it was literally just turning it upside down. It wasn't actually mirroring and inverting. So I'm hoping an external camera monitor is going to provide the functions that I need for that. Running day 2, done day 3 incoming. Oh, have you taken up running? Or is this another comment on something else? You're running, that's awesome. What, I guess pace is maybe, like if you're getting into running, pace is like an awful question. What's your pace? Yeah, like 40 minutes a mile. That's when I started. How are you enjoying it so far? How was the running experience for you? Back-to-back days is rough getting started. I personally wouldn't advise it, but if you're enjoying it and you're not hurting, do what your body tells you. That's not bad. That's not bad, man. When I started running, I was at like 14 minutes a mile, 15 minutes a mile, and I was damn near power walking. Okay, so you're on a treadmill. Yes, it's easier, but it's so much more boring. I've done a little bit of running on a treadmill and it never lasted long. So it's like, okay, so you're kind of are you doing like one of those patterns where it's not just a straight? Okay, so you've got to warm up and a cool down. That's good. Yeah, you need to have that. So I was running a couple Octobers ago, so it was in the winter, and that was really nice. And I had gotten up to maybe 9 to 10 minute miles, which I was pretty happy with. That was a huge increase from when I started. I got, my way of doing it was, I'm going to make the distance, but I don't care how long it takes, and I'm not walking. So I found a pace that I could maintain to get there. And that helped me kind of get involved with my exertion, understanding my exertion levels, and know what I could handle. And I do have a heart rate monitor. This is just a Fitbit, and from some mountain biking and cycling and other training that I've done in the past, I know some of my heart rate zones. I'm a little bit familiar with that. So I could tell, that's one way of telling your exertion levels, how close you are to peak, which zones, whatever. It's a great tool. Fitbits are fairly inexpensive. There's other alternatives. If you're planning on doing some more running, I would consider the investment there. But that's how I started, was just, I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to go this distance and I'm not going to stop. And I will just vary the time out to make that happen. Okay, so yeah, you really are doing a hit. So 15 minutes at 20 seconds high speed. And 40 seconds light jog. Wow. Okay, so you weren't super out of breath. That's good, dude. Running is so taxing on the body. Like, I've done a lot of cycling in my past, and you're not involving your upper body all that much, so it's really just legs. But when I took up running a little bit, I was amazed how much harder running hits compared to cycling. Oh, you've been doing some bowling. Yeah, that kind of gets your heart rate up, and you're up and down, and you're just generally very active. And then there is a little like bump of effort thrown in as you actually roll the ball. So that kind of makes sense. Good. That's freaking fantastic, man. Good for you. Good for you. That's great. I want to enter a bike race. It's kind of like a triathlon, but not those three disciplines. It's three other disciplines. And I want to do that with some coworkers, and that's a year from now, damn near. So I want to see about training for it for a year and documenting that process and seeing what changes occur to my body, and trying to get through that. No, you're not derailing me. This is we're just geeking out today. This is going to be a long ass stream. I worked most of the night last night, so I had the morning off. So we're packing in a long stream and just hanging out. I've got a bunch of stuff to look at. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff, and we've already been having so much fun. We opened a teleprompter earlier and set it up so you saw it a second ago, but it's up there. So now we're futzing with it, trying to get the chat, or at least a chat, moved over to it, and then use that for the rest of the stream and start kind of having that live update. The steps machine. Yes, that is crazy intense. That is crazy intense. Unfortunately, those cost so much money to have an indoor one, but I guess you could go find some stairs somewhere and run up and down them a bunch. I guess I would get scared. I usually push way too hard on workouts, at least with cardio. And I don't know, I'd be afraid of tripping and falling. At least on a bicycle, you just hit the ground if you're on a stationary bike. But I have I have a couple stories, I think, of pushing way too hard on that stuff, and it is not good. So dinner has arrived. So I think we'll take another intermission here. I will go take a little break, and we'll just leave the stream up and make this a big old continuous stream. I do have a local copy recording today, and if that ends up working out, that I'm kind of doing live production. We have the live elements, and I'm kind of trying to separate those from the continuation of this unboxing experience as well, and then I can go back and edit those out as I need. So we're capturing the whole dang thing today. So thanks for dropping by, Junk. You do your thing. If you want to hang out, I'll be back in 10-ish minutes or so. But thanks for stopping by. I'll keep an eye out for you if you're streaming later when I get wrapped up here. I think you've rated me twice. You're definitely owed the same in return, sir. Appreciate it. So we're gonna go on a quick break here. I'm gonna get some food, some drink, maybe open a window, let this room cool down a little bit, and then we're gonna get back to setting up the monitor for the teleprompter. I will see you guys in a little bit. Testing audio 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from dinner, and I have a pumpkin spice and semi-sweet dark chocolate cookie that I am ecstatic about. So good. So very good. Okay, so we're getting back into this. We've been through a variety... My mouth is full. Oh well. We've been through a variety of things so far this morning. And, well, this afternoon, technically. And where we last left off was we had set up a teleprompter from SmallRig, and we were trying to get a display to play nice with it. So we can move the chat to the teleprompter to leverage that function of teleprompters. But the little computer monitor that I was using was giving me some trouble, what with Windows basic orientation controls. So I pulled out a spare field monitor for previewing the camera feed, and I think because of how these can be oriented so many different ways, this should give us some better luck with setting it up on here. So I'm pretty much just going to swap out the cables and see if it works. Okay. I do foresee a challenge here, and that is coming in the form of this monitor needing a battery, dummy battery to power it. I do have a 12 volt DC port as an option. Can't quite see it there, but I think we're going to need to mount this off a light stand, and luckily I have one right next to it. We're just going to need some kind of 90-degree angle. Some kind of 90-degree angle to manage that. So I'm going to dig through some of the hardware that we've got. Some of these different rigging options. A ball head might work. Maybe a monitor mount, as long as it has a 1/4-20. Maybe even a super clamp. That might actually work. We'll set that to the side. That might be a good option. There's the ball head. I think we'll just do the ball head. I don't think I need it. Don't think I need it for anything else, so that should be fairly reasonable. And almost every ball head I've seen has a 90-degree angle like that. So I think the easiest way will be to install this to the monitor. That's snug. We'll disconnect our battery cable, and then I'll bring the tripod or the light stand out here in the open and slot the bottom of the ball head on there, and then spin this. Normally, if the tubes are completely round and they can be rolled, you can unlock your top telescoping section and make that work. But now we can have our 90-degree angle, and we don't have to deal with this mount on the bottom. This does defeat the purpose of having a rig that moves with the camera and is powered by the camera, because now we have two separate things. So that's a little bit discouraging, but we're just trying to prove the concept here. Really just prove it to myself that it works. Okay, that's a decent height. We can get that to work. Let me run this power. Got that plugged. And that barely reaches there. I'm going to figure out display. And there's display. Not perfect quite yet. We are getting there. Turn the monitor on, and you can see that in frame. Quite obviously. We could adjust the camera height. The monitor is as low as it'll go. Let's do that. We'll adjust the camera height. Okay. Flatten that out. Raise that into view. Down just a touch. That off. The resolution looks significantly higher. So that may be good for us. Have our top-down view if we want it. Let me experiment here. I'm going to throw this stand way over. Hopefully that holds. At the very, very far extreme of that. And we should be able to move our camera over. Reposition. That can tilt up. Let me swap to 2 view. And there's not much to see, but if I swap to desktop view, that is our display now over to the side. And if I bring back the top-down view, I should be able to scroll off the screen. You can see right up there. And it should be now on our little screen, which you could just barely see around that red X. Okay. So that is working. Now I'm going to set... It does claim 1080p. Is that really 1080p? Holy. Okay. All right. That's better than expected. We're going to set this display to portrait. We will hit keep changes. And now looking at it, I have up is up, down is down, and left is right, and right is right. Or right is... Oh my god. Whatever. So, what we had going on with the last setup is when I would change this to portrait flipped, it moves the bottom of the screen to the top. It doesn't mirror like I had imagined it would. And that's fine. I mean, you're not pointing a computer monitor at a mirror typically and then looking at your monitor. That would be super weird. So I think we have to work around Windows here. I'm sure there's a way of mirroring desktop, and actually there may be a way in the NVIDIA control panel that really probably is pretty simple. But I want to take advantage of what might be a decent option here with this this monitor, because I believe it's got the functions we need. So I'm going to run through the menus here. Oops. Oops. Not change the language. There we are, maybe. Image flip. We'll leave that. We'll try that out. It took a minute there to find the actual setting, and since we're not looking at desktop anymore, let me bring back the good old Twitch window. It was funny, I hit a setting in there and it changed the output setting to 480p. It thought the monitor was now 480p, so like my displays all blinked. Twitch, and there's the old YouTube. So yeah, all my windows have now shrunk to the bittiest size. Okay, what is the delay on there? Almost 12 seconds. That's impressive. So I've now set it, there's different types of flipping that I could do. So up and down are opposite. This is opposite every single direction. So we've achieved something. It's wrong every direction instead of halfway right. But we've made a change. Whereas in the Windows side of things, it's only sometimes wrong. So I'm going to hit portrait flipped on Windows. That's going to flip my display left, up, down. Nailed it. So for future reference, it was the second option on the display flip menu. And it was the horizontal flip. Horizontal, I think. Doesn't matter. I'll find it again. But now we have that fixed. Okay, so now we have a display all the way over there. And I think we just go ahead and throw Twitch chat over there. So I'm going to hit the pop out chat, which is going to create basically just a Chrome window that is just the chat. We'll throw that over on the screen, make that full screen. Good God, I can't read that. So you guys are seeing the inverted image because I'm looking at it through a mirror, and the mirror is, I am looking at it inverted through the mirror, essentially. So I can close, I could maybe close that preview. We could maybe look at something else. We can look at the activity feed. Okay, so we've gotten that done, but now we have the problem of everything looking way too small. So over in Windows, I am selecting that screen. The resolution should stay its highest, which is fine, but I think we're going to adjust the screen scaling. It's at 100% right now. It lets me go to 175, which I don't think is big enough. Yeah, viewing it from this distance. So here's what this would look like. Somebody comes into chat and they say, "Hey Declan," or "Hey Fimorth, how's it going?" And I notice the new message. I have to like do this, and I'm like, "It's going good, man. It's going good. How are you? How are you? It's good to see you." And then they would respond, and then I would. That's great. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you're doing well. No, that's not going to work. We need to get this screen scaling set up more. Oh, we can enter custom. Yay! Up to 500%. I'm going to hit 500. Because 175 surely wasn't doing it. Until I sign. I have to sign out of Windows to apply to a separate monitor? You've got to be kidding. That's... Okay, can we do 200? So anything custom, I have to exit freaking Windows? Are you serious? Let's try 250, but we'll turn off this other setting. Man. It's nice to have a computer to stream from, but my God, you can run into issues with Windows where it just wants you to, update, or you're trying to install a program and show how it runs, and now it's like, oh, now you need to restart or sign out. I get that you have to sign out to adjust screen scaling beyond the standard, but it's awfully frustrating for a side monitor that I have to do that. I'm gonna see if we can just make this work. Potentially, I might be able to use a function. I can almost see it. Like I'm within, like if it was twice as big, it'd be easy to watch. Easy. The dirty mind one. It would be easy to read. Let me see here. Hop in the menu. See my shoulder. Yeah, we got the shoulder cam going. All right. So I think we were looking for settings, zoom. I'm gonna zoom 30%. Hello. And then I will, I can't track the window the same. I'm gonna assume I have the window. I'm gonna Can I? So 20% almost works. What I should have done was I'm thinking I can zoom in on the display and set a custom zoom. That is my scaling. And then Windows can do whatever the heck it wants. And I just make my window whatever size to fit that. The problem is now I'm cropped into a screen and I can't actually grab the corner. Of course, you're seeing the mirrored you're seeing the mirrored thing right now. Okay, I did manage to close it. So if I run over here and we hop back to Twitch, my chat has reappeared. We'll create a new pop-out chat. We'll bring this over. Pop. Okay, now I'll just place that in the corner. Right? Okay. Grab this other corner. This is not going to be your perfect solution, clearly, but it may work. Okay, we're back. So I can read starting back up. I can see the timeline. It's not quite perfect. I'm trying to think how we could make that any better. What I'll do that's so tricky if it goes past the corner there. Just grabbing this. Okay, I can shift that over. As long as I can get the top here, I should be able to make that work. Okay. Okay. Silly microphone stand, you are frustrating me. All right, I'll adjust the zoom in a little bit more here. Go back to shoulder cam. Or over the shoulder cam. Uh-oh. Okay. That's a little bit rough. So we now have this even more zoomed in, and it was weird for a second because it was scaling one direction and not the other, but that's okay. I can just about work with that. I think we about have that worked out. The screen brightness is not very impressive because we are reducing the brightness through a reflection, but that's okay. I can at least, that's seamless there. I can still scroll. I can still select names, do the required business there, just about. That's not perfect. Obviously, you'd want your negative screen scaling set up. Potentially, I can just set that up in Windows. I just can't do that live. Boo-hoo. So I'm going to turn the brightness up now. Also turn off the center reflector. Ugh. Okay. Woo! That's a tough place to be squeezed into. So I changed the brightness up on that monitor and it just lowered the contrast. So I increased the contrast to the max and lowered the brightness down to like 30, and that gave me a lot more text clarity. A little bit counterintuitive, but that's going to work for me. I can read. This is obviously not the best format. But you know, this is a start. This is a proof of concept. That's what a lot of these little streams and videos are, just proofs of concept for ideas I'm testing out. So why don't we hop back to the main cam? We're gonna put our overhead cam back because we honestly have so much more to go through. I don't want to give it all away, so I won't. But we're gonna make it work. I'd like to get through everything I need to get through today. And that would be nice. So the jury's still out on this newer low angle monitor arm. It's kind of like the Elgato Wave. That I think a lot of my problems are that my desk is not level. So the fact that it doesn't have any dampening to some of its sections, if you get out far enough to an angle, it will start to run, as you've seen countless times at this point. So looks like I need to either zoom in a tiny bit or move my prompter down. I think I'll zoom in. It's a little bit better. Okay. Put this away. And pick that up. So now we can start kind of moving on to the next thing. And I'm not sure what that's going to be. why don't we just open this real quick? So this is another Arca Swiss plate. I've actually already opened one up, but I think it's worth having a brief discussion again about what this is and why it's existing for me. I have another one. Right here, and you might be wondering, and that's correct to wonder, why the heck I need two. Well, kind viewer, having multiple of these quick release clamps is extremely useful. I can mount one plate to my camera, and then I can have all of these base plates scattered throughout the room. In this case, I have behind me something we looked at earlier on the stream, which we're going to look at in a little bit here. And that is a turntable. And that turntable is unique, and it has somewhere that you can mount your camera to it. So I could either take my camera rig apart to the point that I can screw the cage to whatever quarter 20 they provided on the turntable, or instead leave the camera cage as it is, have a plate mounted to it, and then just have the base plate mounted there. So I could have a base plate on the turntable, a base plate on a tripod, and one top plate to go between the two, and all I ever have to do to swap them is adjust the knob on the side. Never have to touch any tools to undo that. What gets even better is this is an Arca Swiss base plate, or an Arca Swiss compatible base plate. Is not brand name brand. This is definitely third party aftermarket, but it will fit just fine. And my camera rig, the actual cage for the camera rig, comes around to the bottom, and the bottom has a built-in Arca Swiss dovetail that will fit in these rails. So I don't even need to attach this base plate to that, because as long as I don't need the rails on my camera rig, I can actually separate the camera from the rails, still have whatever's attached to that, and just put the camera elsewhere, which is very, very exciting. Above me, the top-down view camera, it has a quick release and base plate. I have a magic arm back here with a base plate, and then on this portable light stand, I have a base plate as well. That's an even cheaper standard. It's not even the Arca Swiss. It's some, I think it's maybe proprietary to them, but I just bought multiple of those cheap ones, and they work just fine. So that can be a really good way if you have multiple places to move a camera to. Just use base plates. Use one top plate and all the base plates scattered around, and you can always just move to all those different areas. So I want to move towards setting up what's behind me. So we'll need to install one of these, and I just threw the Allen key over there. We'll need to take the bolts that's supplied with and out, because we'll just use whatever's back there. This guy is a fluid pan tilt head from SmallRig. I bought this when it was on sale, had some ideas for it, and I've just kept it around for different things. I've tried it on some tripods and it's okay, but I had other solutions on there. So it's like a teeny tiny pan tilt head. I'm assuming I'm going to use this on the setup behind me, so I will be looking to install a 3/8 adapter to the bottom here, and I might steal one from one of these base plates just for now. So why don't we get a top-down view going, which will be there. That'll probably work. Let's swap to both cams. I'll get a sip of water. Very nice. Let me adjust you slightly. Okay, so we've got the SmallRig pan tilt head that we're about to install on something else, and right now I need to borrow, good thing that caught that, an adapter that is a 3/8 to 1/4 inch, because I know I need a 1/4 inch to make this work. And good grief, there we go, lucked out there. A lot of tripod heads are a 3/8 mount. But I understand this brand using a 1/4-20, because who knows what you're going to install on there. It could just be a webcam, which is what we may mess with later. But now I can install this on that stand behind me, and I have a little bit of a surprise for everybody. We have a new light in the setup, and it should turn on shortly behind me because I have a remote trigger set up for it. So, did I get it? Did I time it right? It takes a few seconds. Quick note about studio lights. There are studio lights. Honestly, this goes beyond studio lights. There's even a fan that I will have arriving later in the week, and I've purchased this fan not because it's the highest end fan or the nicest quality version, but I've purchased it because it has a dial that you can set to on, and you can set to a specific speed, which means I can trigger the power for that fan elsewhere, and I just set it to turn on at that speed. So I don't have to fumble with a switch. There's a higher end version, a nicer fan, where as long as it still has power, you can turn it on and off with the press of a remote, which is literally the same thing as I'm planning to do. But if you lose power to it, it resets. So I like the idea of something that I can plug in somewhere, and I could hide the controller for it. I just have it set to the speed that I want, and then I press a remote or even flip on a power strip somewhere else, and maybe a bunch of lights come on, and the fan comes on as well. So it's all triggered off of one thing. You can do that with studio lights as well, but you have to look out for certain ones. I have a really cheap $100 studio light here. I have a more expensive one above me, and then there's one behind me that's cheaper, but that's the one that I have to press every time. So what you're looking for, and you probably have to find a review that states it. You could maybe reach out to the manufacturer, or you may be able to see the actual button that you would need to press on your various devices. But on this light, when I plug it in, if I left it turned on, it remembers and it goes back to what it was. It essentially has memory for its settings. On this light, it also remembers, but it has an on-off button. If I just leave the button on, but I unplug it, it turns off. Plug it back in, it automatically turns on, and it remembers what setting it was. The light behind me remembers the settings, turning it off and on, but it doesn't turn itself back on. It has a digital button that I'm calling, I guess I would call it in this case. It's not a button that you can just leave on. It always defaults to off, and you have to press and hold the on button. Maybe there's a way of changing that in the firmware, on an app, something like that. But that is something to be aware of as a use case when you purchase things. Can I use it in this way to where I could have a remote and just press off, and your light turns off behind you. Turn it on, it immediately gives power to the power distribution box, and then it has to think about things for a little bit and get warmed up, and then it pops the light back on. Okay, that was a quick little aside. Let's see about getting a camera set up over there. I do have some options for that. Why don't we'll use a webcam. I think we'll use a webcam because we've kind of gotten ourselves stuck here. Putting the teleprompter on, I didn't really think about that. So I'm gonna pack these things up, and we're gonna grab a webcam. Now, I have been working on a webcam review. At this point, I've done some recording with the ones that I already have, and I am working towards acquiring more webcams and using those in such a way that allows me to compare and contrast them. I have a nice camera that would be kind of the upper end of what you can achieve, though it has some quirks for how you can actually set it up. So that's an interesting comparison there. So I've acquired a few cameras, a few webcams, at unfortunately no small expense because they are expensive little things. And we're going to take a look at them. I will probably keep a few of them to use in the studio streaming setup, but I don't know if I'll return other ones or save them for later, something like that. So let's take a look at our first webcam. God dang it. Whatever. Broken enough. This is the Facecam Pro from Elgato. This is, they claim, DSLR level quality. The biggest spec they have on here, the spec that basically nobody else has, is true 4K 60 FPS. That is honestly kind of remarkable. I don't even know if I could do that on my camera. There are two worlds to cameras and how they interface for the consumer. I won't count SDI. For the consumer. And that's HDMI. And that is USB. I guess you could have wireless too. But okay, let's try to keep it simple. So your USB is going to be your simplest, but it may be limited in certain ways. Your HDMI is going to require extra hardware to be able to capture the HDMI signal, but HDMI is through and through just a display function, and you may not have any limitations there. Sometimes manufacturers for cameras will allow for very high output on the HDMI side of things, but not very high output on the USB side. So even this camera, though it may look amazing, could still be limited because it's over the USB function. I am working towards setting it up on HDMI to potentially work around those problems and properly compare it to these. So let's take a look at this. So the packaging here, so far is, very straightforward. Nothing out of the ordinary. I do like this little kind of cloth perforated material they have wrapping around that. That'll keep that nicely protected. They have a nice USB-C to USB-C cable. This is a 3.1 generation. USB is so hard to keep track of, but I believe it's a 3.1. It looks like it's gold plated. It's actually fairly heavy, and the braiding is very, very nice. It is a little bit thicker. That's fine. It has a decent memory to it, so this will be a fine cable to work with. Lengthwise, I don't recall from the specs, so let me just run this out real quick. It's about 5, I would say just over 6 feet, so maybe in their 2 meters range. A word to note here is I've purchased this used. I think it was a like new condition, but obviously somebody's, they've been in this packaging before, which is completely fine. That's probably the way we should all purchase things, is used if we can handle it. I used to think that used might be scuffed up and broken, and I've gotten a lot better about just seeing. And that's mostly been with cameras and lenses. You can save a lot of money there buying used, and the condition of them can still be exceptional. So we have our USB cable, we have our camera, our webcam, and a decent looking monitor mount. I don't think we're going to use this monitor mount. There is no additional 1/4-20 mount on the bottom. I would like to see that, because then you could mount this on a tripod and then also have your ability to quickly pan and tilt. It can be nice to have that, but oh well, not a big deal. If you're not going to use it, you probably have a solution for it already. So I do kind of like their packaging. It seems like it's maybe more cardboard based and eco-friendly. Small Rig is a really good brand about that. Looking at the webcam itself, this is enormous for a webcam. I have never seen a webcam such as this. It's almost obnoxiously wide. It's a good bit wider. I had the Logitech G920, and that would maybe make up like half the size of this, nearly. But so far this feels premium, and it should. This is like a $300-ish webcam, I believe. Pricing, of course, varies for everybody, and I did end up purchasing these used for the comparison to save just a little bit. This rear part is all metal. I believe it is aluminum, and it is built in with some fins that are, you can see just there, to cool it. So it looks like it's passively cooled. I don't believe I see a fan anywhere, which that's preferable. You don't want extra noise. So far, this is interesting. The rest of this is plastic. The lens is hidden behind a clear cover. So you won't actually be touching the lens if you go to clean it. You'll be touching something else, though don't ask me if you could actually remove that. That does not look removable like a traditional lens. At the front, we have some listed information. Elgato AF lens, 2160p at 60 FPS. It's a 21 millimeter, and I believe that's trying to tell us it's an f. I don't think that's actually a focal, an aperture size. It's 1:2.0. Typically on a lens, you would see it with the, no, that's correct. So it's 1 over, that's how that works, 1 over the size, since it's a fraction. So an f2 aperture. I don't know the size of the sensor. It does mention that it is a Sony sensor. a Sony Starvis CMOS sensor. I don't know what else the Starvis sensor is in. If that's been in phones, I would presume it's been in phones for it to make it down to a consumer product and repurposed. But depending on the size of that, they're saying the equivalent focal length is 21 millimeters, which the wide angle on this lens is 20. So that will be comparable, which is good. And I think we can go ahead and just plug this in, seeing as we have already downloaded the relevant software, hopefully. So I am kind of in love with this cable. This is a nice cable. Gold plating, by the way, is kind of irrelevant. It does not necessarily help your connection, and typically your external connection, the actual part that you can see as gold plated, is your grounds or your neutrals, your like not the signal wires. It's like your shielding. So we've got this plugged in, and there is a reset button on the bottom. Windows is saying it's setting up a new device, so we'll let that work its magic. Windows working its magic. Not something I say very often. And we'll just set this off to the side here. Let me get a keyboard back into frame. We'll pretend that this is going to turn on, pointing towards us. And I will bring up the Elgato software. And right away we have an image. So why don't I bring us to the desktop view. There we go. First impressions are good for the resolution and everything, though it is constantly losing focus. It's constantly hunting. Let me see if that is just... Okay. Maybe it was running through a calibration. It seems to have really locked on to me now. I say that and then it starts. So I don't know if it's thinking this is the face and not this. That could potentially be an issue. There are two versions of this camera. I almost bought the cheaper version, which is the Facecam Studio. It has the same sensor and similar specifications, I think identical specifications. The aperture, I'm going to say, is different, and the focal length is different. It may be more zoomed in, it may be wider. I don't know which way it goes. That is the Studio Cam, and it is fixed focus. It does not have a an actual autofocus function like this one does, and that could be totally fine for you if you know your setup. And your setup, it's designed for having your face cam on a computer monitor and then you're a few feet away from it. It has a fairly lengthy depth of field, a smaller aperture, I would say, and that allows it to keep more in focus. Now, I am gonna clap here. Okay, I think it's actually got us in sync a little bit better. I don't know if we're just slightly out of sync with the preview and the recapture and everything. So if audio is out of sync here, I may adjust it in post. But impressions so far are good. I can see some noise that is prevalent in the background, but it seems to be maintaining the highlights quite well. And doing well with the background. Let me turn my accessory light off. That's a little bit more what I was expecting. So first impressions, minus the focus hunting that it may or may not have resolved itself, the impressions are actually really good. I am really impressed by this webcam. I do have a 6K capable camera to compare it to, and I am thinking dynamic range is probably going to be the biggest difference between those two. Less resolution and more about the dynamic range. But let me slide this over a little bit, and now I can see the screen behind it, and we can look at some of these different functions. There is a face tracking option. There is some cropping in and zooming functions. We have focus. You can set it to... Okay, that may have been what we were looking at. So it looks like you can set it to spot focus, or you can set it to center weighted. And it's defaulted to center weighted, and I think that's why it is hunting here. So I'm going to set that to spot, and it's gotten worse. Maybe. I'm not immediately seeing a way to set my spot, like set it on my hair or something, not what's going on down here. So I'm actually gonna, it's in focus now, so I'm gonna turn off automatic, and it just went to the background. Nice. Went to whatever inch default. That's interesting. So our range is 4 inches to 330 inches, it says. And scrolling through is not smooth. There's no reason for it to be necessarily, but as I slide this like inch by inch on the actual slider, you can see the whole image is shifting. And that's not the camera shifting. It's the lens shifting as the focusing mechanism moves it. So if you wanted smooth focus, that may be a concern. Let me turn this back to automatic. Move this closer. So every time this particular version of this model of camera focuses, it is shifting noticeably. If I don't know if that's a defect of this camera. It potentially could be a defect. And if that is the fact, then obviously no big deal, no harm done. That's sometimes products don't work, and I did purchase a used version. But if that is the standard function of this webcam, that is a huge drawback. That is very distracting to me. And it's compounded by the fact that it does not have any kind of, I guess, face or eye detect. So you almost have to use this camera in a manual setting. So you might as well get the Facecam Studio instead. But I'm going to turn off the automatic focus. And I'm going to guess, I don't know why 12 inches seems to be more in focus. So the bokeh in the background, the out of focus, it's not there. Like if they're claiming a larger sensor or whatever, you know, low light performance, bokeh, depth of, no, that's not a claim they can make. That is not very impressive. However, their exposure and color temperature, like white balance, is spot on. I have no concerns there. The image comes out very naturally, which they did. There is some marketing material from them about that, so good on them. I do prefer a decent starting image, a neutral starting image. And this is the preview that you're seeing is 4K 60. The stream is just at 30 FPS and it's only 1080p. I am recording this at 4K, but still only at 30. So if I can change So just looking at the software side of things, I've heard there is a lower resolution option that is uncompressed. The 4K 60 is an MJPEG mode, so it's a compressed image format essentially that's being streamed. But looking for the function to be able to change this, there we go, it's way down at the bottom. So I'm going to set it to 1080-30. And it's a little bit softer, obviously. I'm only previewing this on a 1080p screen anyway. The latency does not seem to have improved that much, but further testing will tell. This is claiming to be NV12 RAW, maybe 12-bit RAW. That'd be kind of cool if this actually had RAW output. I do wonder, under a recording scenario, if it would record actual like DNG RAW files at 12-bit. That would kind of be sick. That may be a reason to keep it potentially. I could do that with a phone, with certain apps. So it would have to outperform that, seeing as I already have those phones. But that's a neat feature to be able to mess around with. Here is the 720p. Softer still, lower latency, actually. Still claiming to be the NV12 RAW. So a little bit of latency there. I will swap this back to 1080-30. That might feel nearly identical. And then 4K 30. The latency seems about the same. So whatever processing delay there is, that is completely fine. It's just a little bit slower than what I can see elsewhere. Typically. Enough to notice, at least. Okay. So that's an interesting start. The autofocus is disappointing. I don't know if that's this particular model. Because I purchased this used, it may have been sent back for that. Now, if this is how they all perform, that is kind of abysmal. You really need to have smooth focus transitions. It seemed to be very stepped. If I swap it to automatic, it was hunting. It has no face detect, which I'm used to from my Panasonic. And you can change the metering to either center weighted or spot. I have not yet found the way to select the spot. If I can do that, I could potentially get around my microphone, but it is hunting between this very high contrast item, this very high contrast item, and not so high contrast. So that is disappointing. I'll give you one more demo here in manual focus as I very slowly scroll. Every focus change, maybe in this mid-range, or maybe when you go from front to back. I think it's when you go front to back, forward and then change, the focusing mechanism has some backlash. There's no image stabilization or anything to this. Why would there be? It's going to stand on a monitor or on a tripod, so that wouldn't make sense for that. There would be no optical or sensor stabilization. So that's really bizarre. Let's say this isn't the normal function and this is just a bad unit. That's very disappointing. I wish I would have gotten the proper unit, the proper example. But otherwise, the exposure is spot on. it is figuring that out really well. It's not blowing highlights, so it seems to have a decent amount of dynamic range. And then our auto white balance seems to be spot on as well. It's doing a really good job. The overall image it's presenting is very neutral. They do market that, so that's good that it's at least accurate, but it's nice to see as well. I am intrigued by the 1080p or the lower than 4K resolution options. We froze. There we go. I changed it back to 1080p. The lower than 4K options are less compressed. It says raw, uncompressed. I'll have to look into that to see what they're actually talking about. But just looking in my background here, there is less banding in these shadow colors from the paint cans. I'll swap to 4K to give you a brief comparison. To me, I'm seeing it. You'd probably have to pixel peep. The main thing I think I'm seeing right there. So you can see that. I think that's compression. It probably won't be consistent. Maybe it's finding static elements and it's assuming that those, hey, we can cut some information here. This is just a static image. There's no movement to preserve. So it's trying to budget the bandwidth, and it seems to cycle on and off. That's distracting to me. Although I'm a pixel peeper, I probably wouldn't notice with YouTube compression laid on top of that, or let alone stream compression. So yeah, pretty impressive image quality. The focus, really unimpressed by that. I'm assuming I have a bad unit, but if that is the standard, you would have to use this manual. Otherwise, it really does jitter as you move back and forth, and that is very distracting to me. The focus breathing is well controlled. There is a little bit, but it's not terrible. But I mean, what do you expect? It's a webcam. It's not an actual high-end camera or anything. So that's been an interesting look at the Elgato Facecam 4K. We're going to continue using this camera, but we're going to slap it back behind me on something else. I'll get that warmed up. We'll swap back to our main camera here. And now I can actually look back at chat too, in case it's needed. And we're going to move this webcam so just that little bit of use, there's a little bit of warmth to the metal in the back, but it's not hot by any means. So it's doing some work, but it's clearly passively dissipating that very well. I need my tripod top. Where is that? There it is. Okay. So I'm going to install this base plate onto the Elgato. And I think to do that, we need to extend this all the way. I'm trying to avoid moving this second one. I do want to be a little bit delicate with the Elgato. We can't bash it around. Not that I plan to, I guess. But if that is an actual defect, it makes no sense to keep it in that event. So I've got this mounted to a tripod. We've got a wacky preview. going on. Turn this. Where's my lock? There, that's not it. There it is. Line that up to the front. And I'm actually going to unplug this because we're going to look at, well, we might leave it plugged in just for a moment still, and use it as maybe a desk cam. I'm going to throw this as another option in OBS. We're just going to collect a, click on a video capture device, hit OK. It'll bring up our options. We are going to click on the Facecam Pro, and I'm going to hit OK, and I'm going to close the software. I should have seen a preview, however I did not, so we're going to try that again. Video capture device, hit OK. There's Elgato. Facecam Pro should come up. For some reason, the virtual camera seems to be the one that you select. That's okay. And we left it off at 4K. So that's fine. And I'll just make that full size. And now you guys can also see what we've got going down here. Now we've got a low down desk view. Focus and all that. I did close the software. Let me open the software back up and see what that does. So now you can see the infinity of that effect. I'm going to turn automatic focus back on. You can feel it when it moves. I'm wondering if the focus lenses and everything are a little bit larger. It is a bigger webcam. That makes it a little bit more difficult to run. Okay, so now we have another view to take a look at with things. And I'm going to turn you off. Yes. And that was the wrong one. Okay. Remove this one. Add back our virtual camera. We'll call this Elgato. And set as virtual camera. Select OK. Make it full screen. And then we will toggle it back off so we get our top-down view. So now we can select what we want. And we're going to look back at a product from an earlier stream. So this is a very nice USB cable. This is the Oculus Quest USB link cable for PC VR. I believe it's 16 feet long, and it's obviously a USB Type-C cable, but it's a 3.2 generation. 10 gigabit, I believe is the term. Kind of blanked on gigabit for a second. But this is a nice ass cable. And I already have one of these. What's interesting is to achieve the length of cable that they have here, they have made it fiber optic, and the cable runs around $80 USD at the time of streaming this, although I think I spent around that much the first time I got one of these, so the price hasn't fluctuated much, which is honestly impressive nowadays. It seems like everything has gone up an incredible amount. But finding a USB cable that is fiber optic, that has the 3.2 10 gigabit throughput, is actually incredibly hard. I would say the only drawback to this cable is that one side is right angle. Now that can be managed. You can use different adapters, extenders, whatever, if you need straight to straight. But obviously it's made for an Oculus Quest, so your right angle one is going to mount kind of to the side of your face. And that's really the only drawback that I can find. I have used one of these for years as just a high end or a high throughput Type-C cable. And it overall, it runs maybe 4 feet, maybe 5 feet from the back of my computer to the front. And I plug external hard drives into it to offload data. But the cable is very good. Finding another optical USB cable that is rated for 10 gigabit, that is Gen 3.2, and has the length or better, is like hundreds of dollars, like $100 to $200, something like that, if not in excess of $200, through a little bit of research that I did. So I ended up purchasing a second one of these. This is going to be my webcam extending cable, should I need it to. Theoretically, I could tether my streaming PC downstairs to my computer upstairs if I ran this cable through my vent. And I've already had to do that for Ethernet and power. So it's doable for me. And it would reach, and I think you just need an adapter on whatever end for the two computers to talk. But I could technically throw a 10 gigabit connection between those two, and that's just to illustrate some of the uses of such a high performance optical cable. Now, what am I going to use this for in this room? Well, behind me is a turntable, and we're going to use that in a moment to show off some different things that we are unboxing. And the little Elgato cable, I don't think is quite going to reach it. It may just about reach it, but what you'll see from the turntable is we're going to need a lot more length. So I'm going to unplug the Elgato and just leave its cable somewhere handy. Don't lose it. And let's see what we have for options connecting with this fiber optic cable. Can the right angle fit? I don't think it's going to. Absolutely not. So we'll have to use the straight end. The right angle end is going to plug into the PC, which it should. Very good. And this cable was originally purchased to go on the main camera to allow me to move a little bit untethered, tethered but more freedom in this studio space. So using this for the webcam makes sense too. It's just a little bit more portable. So I'm going to go off into the background here. Let's do this. We will swap. Actually, let's add our camera. We will add an existing. We'll add the Elgato. And we will just throw you kind of over here. Why don't I swap to... Actually, I can't. I'm not in studio mode, so I can't quite show you guys or run a preview separately. That's okay. You will just see this Elgato preview. Or I could plug it in. How's that? See if it comes to life. It has not. There we go. It took a minute. I'm looking for full frame goodness. And then we are going to knock you down a little ways. Probably just about the other one. So now we can see both That should work pretty well. And you'll see me kind of go off in the background here. Let's take off the headphones. And turn up the gain. And we're going to move a little ways away from the mic, so I'm going to have to speak up a little bit. But I'm going to let this cable out. Maybe point the camera somewhere relevant. And we are going to attach this to this turntable. And I'm pretty sure the audio is garbage, so I apologize for that. But we have this mounted securely there. I had a decent view, and now I have the pan tilt head. I can look back. We can adjust that down. And if I throw some things around in the room, let me grab something to look at. Here is a follow focus hand unit. I'm going to unplug the Elgato. You just got a little bit of a preview of what this is going to do. And I'm just going to untwist this USB cable. I want it to lay flat as possible. I don't know how tough this cable is, but if you're using VR, you might be moving around a bit, so I wouldn't be surprised if they've made it capable enough that you can kind of step on it a little bit. Perhaps those other cables I was looking at, maybe those are more maybe they're more industry standard. Maybe they're built to handle a little bit more. Okay, that's plugged back in. We're about 3 seconds. 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Almost 10 seconds for that to boot up. Seems a little bit long, but maybe that's completely fine. Okay. So again, I'm kind of yelling because I'm away from the mic, but let me give you a preview of what is going on here. What is this turntable doing? If I move this, that is so freaking cool. I gotta get this other camera moved. Let's put that preview over there so you can actually see all this. Oh, I never knew this was possible. I just came across this earlier in the week and saw a really excellent review. It was a 2-minute and 22-second review of this product, and by about 1 minute I was ordering one. So it's an excellent short review, and I really appreciated the effort that reviewer put in. But now I have one for myself to play with. But look at this effect. That is so cool. Oh my gosh. Of course my floor isn't level. So it is doing things. It's fascinating. The YouTube preview has I'm not live on my own YouTube preview. Funny. There we go. I was delayed about 2 minutes. Maybe not. Whatever. Skip ahead to live broadcast. There we go. Okay. Bizarre. So let me go back to my focus options on the Elgato. We're going to turn off the automatic. We're going to set it manually. to right about there. You can see the jittering again. That's frustrating. We're at 1080p 60. Let's drop that to 30 FPS, but we'll do the 4K. Okay. So this turntable that we looked at earlier and built is not motorized. Many turntables are. This one is not. The full screen I gotta get you guys a full screen preview of this. Forget me. This is amazing. Look at this perspective. It's a little bit jittery. That could be the 4K. It could be just what it looks like on my screen. But if I let... sorry. Locked into it. If I let it just go... That is so smooth. To the point that, you know, using a proper local recording camera, that is going to look absolutely amazing. So let me get this box we keep bumping into moved down a little bit. Okay. We might just have enough room here. A little note on the lighting. We have a top-down light here. It's not the bare bulb. It just has its reflector dish on it. Let me move back to both cameras so you can see me sitting on my bucket. So we do have just the reflector dish on a I think it's a 5600 Kelvin daylight light, so it's a fixed color light, but it has plenty of, I think it's 200 watts of output. I don't know what they rate it as separately, but it's a lot of light output, and we have it turned down quite low. I'll actually look. It's not very relevant, but it's at 40%, and you can turn it down significantly more. But the Elgato has adjusted the white balance automatically, and it's more or less matched the roughly 4000K that everything else in here is set up as. And I have the light set at 4000K, and the main cam is set at 5. So it's making the 4000 look less than 4. It's making it look a little bit warmer. That's just how I have it set up at the moment. But the white balance is looking nice. They seem to have nailed the auto white balance. So let's adjust this again. Let's go for a higher up view. Move this way up. And then now I have a nice pan tilt head on here. So we can adjust that down. I think our focus has changed a little bit. I'm going to move this slightly out of center. Maybe more like that. And I've moved everything out of the way, so I think if I gave this a decent push... Such a goofy view. The background is garbage. It's just tools, and I'm sitting on a bread bucket. But what a fantastic effect that has probably never been really seen on a stream. But if I get this to the right angle, it'll kind of carry around on its own. Here, I can adjust the weight. So we do have a little bit of weight on there now. I can set my weight farther out. And that's going to automatically, because the floor is not perfectly level, you may want to level the base, or you may not want to. That may be up to you. Or that is up to you, but it seems as though trying to move this by hand, just like if you're trying to pan or tilt a fluid head, it can be very difficult. So I would be inclined to try to find a slightly off angle and just let it coast down. At the moment, it seems to be going kind of to whatever position I select. But what a cool perspective. Being able to throw something up on this little table, turn on a light, toggle to a webcam, and be able to just do a little product preview all the way around it. We are at 4K, so if I crop in, there shouldn't be a noticeable degradation. So let me precisely move this to 200%. 4K crop to 200% should be 1080p. So let me center this view. The product's mostly in the center there. And now you guys get a little bit tighter focal length. So if we had a 21 mil, I'm assuming we'd be at a 42. Though my math may be off on focal length conversions. Maybe it's not as linear as I had thought. But yeah, you can look all the way around this device. I could throw in supplemental light. So I have a little off-camera light. This will be much warmer stock, so let me actually take off the gel. And now it's more of a daylight, so it'll match. Actually, the gel may work here. Throw that back in. We'll just turn its brightness down. So now you have a little kick light for the branding. And this, obviously, you just have your light elsewhere and not have it in the path of the camera. But you can see the Nucleus Nano 2 come into view there. That's, I am smitten with this turntable. What an amazing product. I love how simple and robust it is. I'm not concerned that it will break. I'm imagining this will last forever. As long as I don't throw it into the sea, it'll last forever. And it's dead simple. It'll work as good as I can make it work. There is no app to keep updated and supported. There is no what else would be a common issue? There's no mechanical failure to be had because it's just that simple. I'm blown away by it. It is a little bit pricier if you are curious. It's in the $400 to $500 range. So it's a little bit of an investment, but I can tell you that every component is built very well. You will be impressed by the quality of the components, and you are getting what you are paying for. There's not, it is a fair exchange, in my opinion. There are many, many sliders, turntables, and fancy automated equipment that you can purchase that will likely dissatisfy you, I would imagine, just by comparison. They'll leave something on the table. So another feature of this table is that we can have any kind of backdrop that we can physically place behind it. So I'm going to try to peel off. Well, we may leave it. It's a little bit dirty. There's a protective film on it. But if I put this behind and tighten down the two thumb screws, I'm going to swing this around, and now there's a background that is traveling with this whole apparatus, and you could make that whatever you wanted. Let me reframe this to be a little bit better. You guys are going to shake a little bit. Apologies for that. kind of is the nature of the mechanism there. Does not need to be any different though. That is bizarre. So we've eliminated the parallax effect because you cannot see the background. The product stays fixed in place, but when you remove the background and the background moves perfectly with the camera, it looks like the product is moving. So now it looks like it's just a regular turntable. And we're getting all the different light perspectives. This is actually a fascinating lesson on lighting too. The light is staying fixed. It's lighting one place, but we've moved our position, and so we're perceiving the light off of that differently. What a fantastic tool. I'm so much more excited about this hunk of metal that's holding this camera up and spinning around this thing than I am about the actual Elgato camera. But it's still a good show. That's a really good 1080p image from a webcam. I am impressed. It's just the autofocus is not very impressive. So that's a bummer. But my goodness. Okay, so that's enough playing with that for the moment. We'll take that away. Oh. I think chuffed to bits is an understatement here. I am more than chuffed to bits. That is freaking incredible. Without sitting on this USB cable that I've now strung across the floor and these messes that I have made, we're gonna look at the next thing. So let me move to our both cams, but we're gonna swap back to our top-down view here, and we're gonna get one more box. I think I am most excited for this. This constitutes the biggest investment here. Let me get my gain dialed back in, throw my headphones on, and we'll get this set back up. So what is inside of this box has me convinced that I will be able to use it for years to come, and it will fundamentally change my capabilities for this entire room for streaming. And it's a webcam. Go figure. That's kind of what we've been looking at. But we're going to take a good look at it here. So let me below my nose. We'll get a sip of water. Let me get my Twitch preview back up. We'll cover up the Elgato preview for now. There we go. Okay. Let me move my view here. That ought to work. Friends and folks, there is a new box in town. And you can already tell by the lettering on the side of this that is that tape is overlapped, but we have a new contender for the webcam test And this box, I am convinced, is going to change the streaming setup in this project / studio room. And holy crap, I'm excited. So I've bought these used, excuse me, just like the other webcam that we just looked at. Unfortunately, that webcam may have an issue. We will be investigating that further, but it may get returned shortly after I discover the answer to that. But this is going to be phenomenal. I'm rarely convinced of such things, but what we have is a lot of more boxes. We have some USB cables. We have a USB hub, another USB cable, another USB cable, and another USB cable, and a remote, and not one, not two, but 3 4K pan, tilt, zoom webcams. That is the component of this that is the significant investment. Obviously, 3 is twice as much as 1.5. So throwing that out to the side there, we have all of this. What I wanted to do was purchase one of these webcams and run it through its paces, use it in this webcam comparison, put it head to head with the Elgato Facecam 4K or the S5 IIX mirrorless camera, put it up against the IC800 or the Logitech 615, or even Droidcam on various ages of phones. But there was a used deal, and they had the 3 camera kit combo available, and I bought that. This is the webcam that I think will win out of the testing that I will be doing. I have already done research for myself, but for my own testing, I needed at least one. So this kit has the remote, 3 decent length USB cables. We just opened up this optical cable, so we're going to compare that. It comes with a USB hub, and I was not aware it was going to come with a C2C cable separately. This is not branded along with everything else. So when this kit got sold to the retailer as used, they must have just included this. Maybe they didn't need it anymore. It would be nice to know the backstory of why they got rid of it, just like the Elgato. Its focusing seems like it may be messed up, but that's not how the world works. No one's honest when they're selling things used 100%. I mean, you're still trying to sell something, you're still trying to get rid of it. So there's a little bit every time of wool being pulled over the eyes. So this remote, I'm convinced, will be a game changer. Each camera on its own, I think 2 would be phenomenal. The third is completely excessive, but for the cost of the whole kit, which these 4 things by themselves are not insignificantly priced. I mean, a 16-foot USB-C cable, A to C cable, is not necessarily a cheap thing. So 3 of those, a Type-C hub, and we have a remote, that all adds up. So the cost of everything was not quite what I would have expected the cost of maybe even 2 of these plus this. So however you want to look at it, somewhere in here, something was essentially for free, assuming the conditions are like new or equivalent. So, and then there's this random type C2C, which I guess, you know, I love my USB cables, though it's not 10 gigabit. It is 5, I believe. Yes, but that's okay. So I'm just excited. Why don't we look at one of these cameras? We have 2 boxes that are in nice condition. This one is slightly torn, so we'll open that one up. Again, I would love to know the story of why whoever had this before didn't want to keep it. But as I was saying earlier in the stream, you have your HDMI processes, you have your USB processes, and if you're trying to mix the two, it can get a little bit complicated. So maybe they were trying to integrate this into an HDMI streaming setup, and that was giving them a lot of conflicts. But looking at this here is quite nice. What I probably should have done for the longevity of reproducing the content from these streams is had a slightly nicer view of all of this. So that just takes a few seconds, so we'll look at this separately. Still not amazing, all kinds of clutter. Oh well. But taking a look in here, we do have paperwork, a nice little carrying case, nothing else, just print on the box. Inside of here, you have a USB cable, which is type C to C. Does not look to be the most flexible, but seems quite durable. And then we have the webcam and a mounting base for a monitor. This is actually very tiny. I am surprised. We were just discussing how, you know, I was a little bit concerned the condition of these based on what I had just experienced with the Elgato, but the Elgato likely is probably fine, just maybe happened to be a bad unit, not necessarily any foul play or anything. But this looks to me to be brand new, potentially never really opened, and I'm mostly convinced because somebody really took the time to put the sticker back, if that was the case. So I'm going to set that off here. Certainly you could do that, and that would maybe be something I would try to do, but certainly looks brand new. So maybe they didn't get very far in their process or ordered by mistake and didn't return it in time. This base is what on earth? It's a little transformer. So let me fold this back up and figure out how the heck. Oh, so that is magnetic onto a steel plate, and then that steel plate can pivot out. It can lift slightly. Then you have your separate actual rubberized surfaces to clamp onto a monitor. So you do get a decent amount of tilting movement here. Not to mention the freaking camera is a gimbal. Like it can do its own tilting. It cannot roll like a gimbal can, but just a USB-C at the back, and that's it for this. There are pins on the bottom here, and a 1/4-20 on the bottom. No 1/4-20 on the mount. Sometimes I do wonder, you know, if they had the room, if you could just throw a 1/4-20 on the bottom, then you could combine and have your magnetic detachable webcam and just slap that on to have this almost become a tripod mount that you can still easily tilt, but no big deal. I get that they're going to try to make things as compact and elegant as they can, especially for a device that's marketed that way. So looking at these pins again on the bottom, I am curious what accessories they have. I don't know. I haven't done enough research to tell you if maybe there's like some kind of battery base where you could run this just over the network and have it self-powered or even record locally potentially. I know the Tail 2 does that on its own. It's built different. It's built bigger. It's meant to do that. But still fascinating. Very compact. I'm very excited. If the image from this at all compares to the Elgato, I will be ecstatic times 3 because we have 3. Why don't we take a look at one of these larger cables that we had the pleasure of looking at. So with the kit comes a USB hub, remote, and 3 longer USB cables. These are A to C, and I'm grabbing these because my USB-C port is taken up already. So we'll take a look at what they provide you. This appears to be an even more robust cable jacket with a right angle Type-C at the end, which is nice. That'll work out really well with what we have, with how small the webcam is. And then a USB 3.0 Type A port on this other side. So this is a robust cable. I'm impressed by that. It is not very flexible. It's quite stiff. That is the trade-off, of course, and not a big deal. This is the Type-C to Type-C cable from the Elgato. It is braided. The Type-C ports are gold-plated, which is a gimmick. It just looks nice. And comparing the two, Type-C to Type-C, this is like a soft touch outer jacket, which matches the longer one as well. So that's nice to see some branding consistency there. We do not have gold-plated ends like on the Elgato. I don't care. It's irrelevant anyway. The length, this one is about 5 feet, a little bit less than 5 feet, maybe 4'6". So a usable length. This will reach your, even the back of your PC to the top of your monitor, most likely. So really not much to write home about. These are all good quality cables, and I'm glad they are prioritizing signal integrity and robust cables over lower quality or lower longevity, lower signal strength cables that are just prettier and thinner, like you might get with a lot of phones back when they used to give you chargers and cables. So it is nice to see from these brands they're supplying not the world's fastest cables, but they are supplying what is needed for the webcam, and it is still an elegant and robust solution. That is good to see. So we need to test this webcam out. So we're going to plug the Type A into the front port of the retro streaming PC, which is a tight fit. Got that. And now I'm getting excited. Okay, we're going to plug in this webcam and see what happens. A light has come on and it leveled itself. That's so cool. Oh Oh, it's defaulted to some kind of level or tracking mode. That's the wrong view. You can't even tell very much. So if I move the body of this webcam slowly, sorry, there's not great light over there. But as I tilt, it seems to be losing the tracking, but it is slightly damped. That seems to be the mode it's in. It is following where I move it, just at a slight delay and smoothing all the motion out. That's so cool. It's so cool to see it kind of, it feels like a little robot, like it's a little bit alive. That is really neat to see. All right, let's open up the OBSBot software. We will hit connect and it just picked it right up. We're going to tell it landscape. It has a couple, it's orienting me to the software. Okay, talking about the remote, the zoom functions, the beauty feature, and the AI. And then the tracking functions and the voice control. We'll leave that open for now. We may take a look at that, but we can see a tiny little preview up in this top right. So many USB cables on my desk. So there's a little bitty preview. Let's go full screen. Holy, that is looking good. You can actually see me. Hello. So again, there's a slight delay. We are screen capturing a preview, so we're not getting a live feed, but man, I like the lighting that's coming down on this phone stand. Very nice, very nice. But let's pick this up. This is a very jittery preview. We will oh, yep. No, let's not look over at the abyss. But we'll just handhold this a little bit because I'm just so taken by how the damping and everything works. There's a lot of desync going on, and because we're capturing the screen that is showing up in video for you guys, but yeah, terrible example of the smoothness that I think this is producing. So let's get out of that preview. That was fast tracking, I think. It was, okay. Let's see. You can still see the tiny preview. That's rude for me to do that to you, but I'm gonna manually control this. That is... that is so cool. The fact that I've never had that kind of control over a webcam before, and then to now have the image look incredible. My mind is blown. What an amazing... I have tied my Crocs together somehow. What an amazing tool. So let's get a preview. We just need to skip all this. We're gonna go both cams. Add a video capture device. We'll just keep the name default for now. See if it shows up. We do have it showing up. Do we have any other options? No, just that. And I'll hit OK. It has not shown up yet in OBS. And I'll just quickly look through. It's saying that resolution was 1080p, 30 FPS. Okay. Gonna try to reserve the bursting emotions of how impressive that looked. Okay. So, device settings. There's an auto sleep timer. A sleep background. That's kind of cool. You can add your own custom one. Yeah, there's some features in there. Cool. So I need to get this preview turned off. We'll turn the preview off. We're going to turn on the virtual camera. And I'm going to go back to OBS. We're going to remove the device that I just added. We'll add a video capture device. We're going to search for the OBS virtual camera. OBSBot virtual cam. There we go. Now you guys can see the preview there. And we'll just do the normal full screen, and then we'll have a little bit of a crop to this left side like we do right in there. Okay, now we have our profile set up to show both things. So now I can talk and look excited and demonstrate what's going on. So from the software, I can point I can point it anywhere. I know it can do this, but experiencing it firsthand is something else. This is absolutely incredible. I realize I am gushing, and I'm biased at this point. I mean, this is incredible what this is enabling me to do. If you don't know much about this webcam, I'm going to reveal some more and more details as we go about why I'm so excited, but I'll let you in on a little bit of why. So in our menu here, we have the option of adding preset views, which means if I zoom in, click add preset position. Actually, I'm gonna add it also to the second position. Then I'm gonna move this camera up to me, looking up my nose. We will zoom back out, just a crop. It's not an optical deal. And we're going to update PTZ1. So I'll click PTZ1. And we are good there. Now, let's go to our both cams view. So we have two of me. It's a little excessive, but it's what we have. I'm going to click on that second preset. And now, and it moved remarkably quickly and accurately to that other preview. And now there's the second one of me again with the mirror. Why is this exciting? Why should anybody care? Because you can have one camera well, even if this was your main camera, it can still pull double duty. Having a camera that can be preset to 3 different locations is in a way like having 3 different cameras, because I can't physically go over there and move the main camera. It is fixed. So the way around that is you up your resolution, you shoot wider, and then you have the option to crop to different views. And that's one way of doing it, but it's not very dynamic. Actually having movement is such a production quality add, such a production value add. Let me show you what this view is for. Is for that. So on the retro streaming PC, there is a floppy disk drive door that you can mount a DVD drive behind. And when you eject the DVD drive, it pushes open the floppy disk door. Floppy disk had the slot, but it's a door now. I took that DVD drive out of another computer and put it in there just for that, just to be able to do that, for anybody that cares. I think that's absolutely hilarious. Just below it, we have our USB cables plugged in, and that's another door that has a little push pin to pop it in and out. So I can have a second camera be one of these OBSBot Tiny 2s, and it could be off getting like a scene perspective of what's going on over here, and I can just click a button and it can go look somewhere else. I can have one camera pull double, triple duty if you position it wisely. That's incredible. We're not talking just panning and tilting. It has the zoom function as well. So if I bring this menu back up and we go back to preset 1, it actually zooms out in that movement. Let's move to the slow setting. There doesn't seem to be a difference. The settings above the controller seem to just affect how quickly or smoothly the controls move. So that's medium. We'll do slow. Yes, that is a lot slower. We'll go back to fast, which is still damped. You can look all the way up, very nearly all the way up, like 176 degrees. And then let's see how far down. That is all the way down, and the device says it is sleeping. So one of the features of this is you can physically put your hand. Oh, that's the wrong camera. Sorry, all of my scenes are multi-purpose at the moment. But you can put your hand on the device and turn it down and it goes to sleep. So if you just need to quickly end the view of that, but you can also lift it back up and it comes back to life. And the menu over on the right here tells you that too. So you hold it there for a second. Then it says device is sleeping. You can change the mic status during that state. I can click resume, or what I love is just move it back up and it pops back to life there. And then I can tell it to go back to preset 1. So obviously preset 1 is based on its relative position. So it's going to know what its coordinates are, X and Y 0, basically. And if I move the camera over, then tell it to go to preset 2. Preset 2 has also moved over that amount. The framing is actually not bad, but if I go back to preset 1, it goes back to the framing that I moved it over to. Let me do something a little bit more dramatic. Let's actually point it the wrong way. So I'm completely out of frame. I have to kind of hold it. The cable's pushing it a little bit. We'll go back to preset 2. And preset 2 is completely in the wrong place now. So it doesn't know visually what's happening. It's just a relative position. That's fine. As long as you have a fixed position, you set up what you need to set up, and that will work great. So you can do all of this from the remote. We're still in the desktop view. Silly me. So you can do all of this on the remote. Let's dig into that now. This was open before, just like this box for the webcam, but it really seemed like they took very good care of it. They didn't have it very long before they realized it wasn't going to work for them, which is better for me. And they took the care to keep all the packaging. So we have this. This is a decent looking remote. The plastic finish is actually kind of nice. It looks like aluminum, like how a Macintosh laptop is finished, or yeah, it's not polished, but kind of that sandblasted look of aluminum, but it is plastic. We have nice, soft touch feel rubber buttons, and apparently there's a laser out of the end of this as well. So looking in here, there is a dongle, a USB dongle, Bluetooth receiver, and then room for 2 batteries. I don't think I got my batteries with it, so good thing I have batteries. So this remote can control, sorry, I looked at the wrong camera for a second. Let's enable this said camera. So this remote, wow, that's really close focus. I'm maybe 4.5, 5 inches from there. That's impressive. And it's thrown the background quite out of focus, as it would, but that's still impressive. Oh, and the focus is snappy. That look of surprise, because it found my face. Maybe that's the scene where it finds your face, but it did really well. I mean, this does have AI features. I looked at the mirror. This does have AI features, so I wouldn't be surprised if it knows what a face is, and it's going to track it a lot better. And in fact, it should. So looking at this remote, now that we have a macro freaking webcam, we have a power button at the top. We have 4 selectable cameras, so I could still go get one more of these. Then we have 3 presets per camera. We have a directional pad so that we can control where the camera is looking. In the middle is, I believe, a record button or just a selection button. We have zoom, and then we have track, close-up, and hand. We have a presentation mode, which may be the laser, a button in the middle, a button to the right, and page left and right. Maybe that's a stop. So not too sure what the bottom set is used for 100%. Let's try to get as close as we can. So it's focusing on hand. That's about 3 inches. Maybe a little bit more from the webcam. That is very, very impressive. Good work. Very good work. So weird to hold such a tiny little camera. Let's move to our preset 1, which is way over there. That's the wrong way. We're gonna move you back and down. Oops, that's up. There we go. So now handheld, motion blur actually looks really good. It's found a good balance using the available light. There's plenty of light here, so it should. But the motion on stream preview looks very fluid. Moving the camera now that we're not capturing a live preview is very nice. If I move off of myself, it has that slight dampening effect, but it is tracking everything. And at the end of all of it, I can point you guys down. It sees darkness and it goes to sleep. What an eye-opening experience. I knew all of these details going into this, but to actually experience it is phenomenal. And that was 1080p. That is some really, really good 1080p out of a webcam. I have not checked the 4K. Maybe we should. Okay, let's try out the 4K here. We will resume, wake up our device, drop down to this menu, resolution 4K 30. All right. And let's go back to our both cams view. And I'm going to have it look over at me. The preview is not showing up for you. So let's figure out why. We're going to remove that device. We're going to add it back. I'm just going to type in OBS bot. And let's dive through our menu again. So I am curious. I think you guys can maybe see this view, but switching the camera to 4K. Oh, okay. I had to toggle the virtual camera function on and then off. Sorry, off and then on. And now we have the preview there. I'm going to add this now that we have it set up as another top-down cam. So we can toggle to that as needed. And holy, that is some good looking 4K. To the point that I'm going to make this preview look a little bit bigger. And that actually points my mouth at the microphone. So win-win. Wow. A little bit washed out. So let's see if that is, yeah. Okay, so there's a little bit of flaring and contrast loss on the lens when you are, you have off-axis lights. I should have a demo for that if I can find. Somehow that ended up over there. This little light. So that's actually not adding too much, but we're kind of below and light in from all angles here. And that's still, that's a completely manageable thing. I mean, worst case, you could make a tiny itty bitty little lens hood for this and it would work fine. Obviously I have a 3-foot gridded softbox that's just blasting light down, and we have a camera that's kind of low down looking up. That's kind of what's going to happen. So if I pick this up to top of the monitor level, swap back to the software and point us down a little bit, changes exposure to, you know, keep me from absolutely clipping. And it looks good. The flaring's gone away, obviously. So I'll set that back down there, and maybe we just won't tilt it up quite as much. It seems to flare when we get a little bit higher than that. Somewhere in there, it really starts to lose a little bit of contrast. That is noteworthy, but any lens on a webcam is probably going to do that. So we're looking at a little bit of a desaturated, slightly lower contrast look because we're blasting a lot of light into the lens. That's okay. So we're just looking at the resolution and the frame rate here. And it looks very, very crispy for what you guys are seeing as 1080p. But I should have a local 4K recording of it. And oh boy, it looks crispy. The Elgato also looked really good, but we so quickly got into the focusing issue and we missed out on all the PTZ features that this is impressive. What I don't know is the jitteriness. So it seems to be dropping frames. I don't know if that is me. Ooh, hit the USB cable. Like on the computer side, on the stream side, or if it's on the webcam side, if it's not processing quite right. I do also have a lot of USB devices hooked up. We could be maxing out what it's able to handle because there's a 4K Elgato behind me that's still transmitting to the computer. I can toggle to it. Right? Yes. That's what it's looking at. But wow. I'm impressed. I'm gonna be biased. I'll be fair in this review, but this will likely be the winner. If I'm gonna recommend, if you're gonna get a webcam, don't splurge on the Elgato. You are limited. Get a pan tilt zoom. Let it track your face. That sounds weird. Let it, leverage its focusing features because it actually was finding my face earlier. The Elgato couldn't tell the freaking difference between the microphone and my face. Though it had other focusing issues. I don't know if that product is working 100%, but wow. I am very, very, very impressed. Something to note is hand holding this, running 4K, this puppy got pretty hot. It's like the upper limit of tolerable. So like a hot cup of tea, but you brewed the tea in the pot and just poured it into a room temperature cup and you were holding it. Not like you boiled the water in a microwave and made the tea in it. Like it hasn't gotten that hot. Or a warmer cup of coffee. Like it's the upper limit of comfortable to hold at the front microphone ports here with my thumb. Actually, that's a little bit past tolerable. That is, I want to put that down. That is hot. It is an all metal exterior on the OBSBot, so that is going to help with cooling, and it appears that all of its compute is done in the base. So all of its AI functions and image conversions and everything like that is done in the base there. So it's probably going to get a little bit warm. I don't like when devices get very warm because to me that is a sign that they won't last as long. Heat is the enemy of electronics, but there are some electronics that need to be at certain temperatures to function, like solid state storage. I believe the actual not the memory chips, but the controller actually has to be at a certain temperature for it to function properly. So you don't want to just like liquid cool those. They would not perform correctly. So, devices can run hot and last forever. Not forever. Can run hot and last a very, very long time. Or devices can run hot and die prematurely, sometimes by design. And that can be very frustrating. But I am impressed. Even just the 1080p looked phenomenal from this camera on my little preview screen, so we will get into some proper tests. But I have 3 of these little guys now, and a remote to control them, and they all look that good, and I can zoom in 200%, and it's still full resolution for the stream. That is wild. The unlimited potential that I am seeing from these little guys has got me extremely excited. So why don't we play with this some more? I still have some time going here. Let's just keep playing. This is too much fun. I'm having an absolute blast looking at all this stuff. There's actually still more to look at too, believe it or not. Okay, so why don't we put the OBSBot onto the viewing dish? You'll know what I mean in just a second here. All right, so we're gonna swap to main cam. I'm gonna turn up the gain on the mic. We are gonna lose a little bit of mic audio quality here. Apologies for that. Okay. Headphones are off. And we're gonna take our little friend for a ride here. God damn. I need to think before I speak. But I'm gonna unplug Mr. OBSBot. Weird that okay, it just moves on its own. Of course it does. And I'm gonna untwist. This is the wrong way to do it. Okay. Then we're gonna, Jesus. It's a little bit heavier than expected. That is the metal build. So I've got it plugged back in. It has homed itself to 0, 0. There's some blue lights that are running across as it is in a syncing state. The software found it, because I still have the software up. Now it shows me a green light, and if I go to my top-down view, we have lost it in OBS. So in our software OBS OBSBot Center, I'm going to turn off the virtual camera, turn the virtual camera back on, and we get it back, and you can see my t-shirt. That might walk off for me. Making its 80th cameo. Okay, so we've got our cable strung out here, so it won't be a giant mess, though I can hardly move in this room. That is standard practice for me, though. And we will bring this little guy back here. Neat thing is it is magnetic, so I could actually stick it onto metal things. That's quite a cool idea. You could essentially stick it onto a metal door. You could stick it onto a whiteboard if it had a metal backing. You could put a metal plate on the wall wherever you wanted to mount it, and you wouldn't have to have a tripod mount. You could glue a piece of metal, a piece of steel onto the wall, and that is your mount. That is your camera mount. That is very intriguing. Another win, in my opinion, for the Tiny 2. Let's swap to both cams. There's a shot of my legs. Okay. We're going to turn you more. There. Look at that. Great. Remote control's amazing. So we need our Elgato turned on. And we're going to... Now we'll play with this. Okay, so this is our turntable. That we're using to show these products off. Unfortunately, because I have cables running everywhere, we're kind of running into things. But look at that. Yeah, touching the backer board isn't as smooth. What a fantastic view, and what a small little camera. That's incredible. I'm going to take off this base plate and give you guys a little bit better look at what it shapes into. So point the mic a little closer to me. The base plate will fit onto your monitor. It'll hook over probably the back. So if your monitor's facing you, it'll hook over the back, and then your Tiny 2 will attach magnetically to this steel plate, and then you can tilt your camera as needed. And there is also this second mechanism that you have your tilt. You also have a little bit of lift as well here. I think the exposure's gone completely wonky on the Elgato. Kind of to be expected. That was a bit of a torture test in a weird way. But this being magnetic is incredible. I want to set up a nifty little scene here. So let me just see what scene 1 does versus scene 2. Very cool. If I had the remote set up, I could toggle that from back here. That would probably be the pro move, but we're going to do this the silly way. So we have our turntable view of this, which I've been off camera here. Let me move that there, and you'll be able to see a little bit more of what's going on. So I have this turntable going, and you'll notice it actually goes around the object instead of the object spinning in free space. But you can't tell because the background is fixed with it. It moves with it, so it looks like a normal turntable. So what I want to get now that I can actually, because it's magnetically attached, I can touch the cable a little bit and it's not going to mess with anything. So here's my thought. If I can reach both of these things, and I think preset 1 is the one we want. So I'm going to push on the turntable from Digital Photo, and I'm going to press on a second preset for the Tiny 2, and both should move together. Let's see if I got this right. That is so freaking cool. Let's do it from the other way. So, let's add some light in. We're gonna end up, so our final position is gonna be here. Oops. Final position is gonna be, I need a better light stand for that little thing. Final position is probably going to be in here. Why don't we make it light the brand a little bit more. There we go. And we're going to move all the way back here. We'll push with enough force to carry it through, and then I'm going to change the preset back. So push, preset. Oh, I had to hit the other preset. Okay. I also don't think I pushed quite enough. Okay. So try this again. Push. We didn't quite make it. This is a free spinning device. It's dumb as rocks, but it's never gonna break. So I, just have to try a couple times, but it's infinitely smooth in its transitions. So try this again, a little more force. Let it pass the front. We need it to get here. That would be ideal. Now you could move it manually, but it's tricky, it's touchy. You can damp it. There is a knob to dampen the turn, but I like the idea of this being the other way. I could also start here because it's such an important fixed position, move it away, do the opposite function for the PTZ movement, and then reverse the clip. That would be another solution because you need a guaranteed end. But just to give you guys kind of a quick and dirty demo. Oh, okay. You can push the other way and feel how much movement you need. So I'm going to hit preset 1, let our little guy go down there, give him a good shove, wait until it passes. That was so fucking cool. Wow. You could set this up to where your low point, you tilt it and your low point is where everything lines up. But what an incredible combination of movements. So let me show you now the backer board. We did look at this a little bit earlier, but to give you the full experience, we'll take this out. And now, this does not look like a turntable anymore. Now it looks like you are orbiting the product. And if I had a background that wasn't this dirty ass studio, that would look absolutely incredible. But it's a totally different effect. Let's do our transition again. Position, now you can see my hand controlling it. Position 1, give her a good turn. Let it pass. Position 2, it follows, leads, lands. Oh! Oh, what a shot! Holy shit! I did stream that, right? That's out there. That, what a live shot. What an amazing shot. I would take that every day of the week. Oh my god. So you can't tell I'm incredibly excited about the combination of things that we have that we are playing with at the moment. You can also put in whatever you would like as the backer board. I just thought of using the laser engraver that I have. You could create some kind of interesting design. It could be a miniature version of a wall mural that you have in your studio. It could match the wallpaper you have. It could just look like a pattern, a map, anything, and it would be in the background of whatever is going on. I am ecstatic. What an amazing setup. Oh. Yeah, I don't have words anymore. I've said ecstatic enough times. So let me gather my how do I want to mount this? I could mount it over there. I'm gonna take a quick break. When we come back, I'm gonna mount one of these cameras in a more permanent place, and we're gonna start using it more permanently. I could get more cameras out, and I should definitely, to verify that they're all working. But we do also have something else. Still, we have something else to look at. So let me take this quick break, and I will get back with you guys. coming right back. Whew. So that has been an incredible few hours so far going through this stuff. I'm absolutely blown away by technology these days and the things that can be done. So we do have a little bit more to look at, and it is something I'm extremely excited about still. So I'm going to stick one of these webcams up out of the way. And I have a whole bunch of wires running everywhere. And this is kind of getting in my way. But I think I can grab a base plate that I need down here. There we go. I'll just reach back and snag the spot. Hello, little thing. And we will equip you to this base plate. And I'm going to try to run this cable around me. And you know what? I just got excited about something. I think we're going to do that too. We'll slide you in here. And tighten that up. I have cables everywhere. I said that already, but I have cables everywhere. Let's add another main camera option as our little guy here, pointing off into Netherland, whatever this is. I'm gonna reset my 2 preset positions, and we're just gonna manually control it back over to me. It's so weird with the it's at an angle, so we're actually getting Dutch angles here. Kind of fascinated by that. I should be able to loosen this, set it down more, get it more level, and then tighten all that. Not perfect, but let's adjust you again. Okay. Now you can see my bad side. So now we have that. If we go both cams and swap to the ob spot, we can, of course, move that. And I would just be looking at myself. That would be quite ridiculous. Welcome back, sir. We've been having a hell of a time. Good hell of a time. Or should I call you Baby Case? You can call me Baby Case. There's 3 of me on the screen for you, so take your pick. Baby Cakes, given the shirt that I'm wearing, is pretty hilarious. I'll give you a rundown and an update. We're kind of in between. That's a lot of me. There is a lot of me. I can even, well, the Elgato's in the background. So if I pointed it up here, I'll swing this guy around and I'll tilt the camera up, and then I'll swing him back. Hey. Oh, you just finished up your stream. You didn't notice my shirt. Oh, you commented on it earlier. Yeah, there's so many of me, dude. Oh, there's about to be more. I'm about to set up more. We're just gonna let this scene go a little bit hard and crazy for a minute. Let you see again. You want to see again? What's up? Oh, the shirt. Oh, sorry. Which camera? Which camera do you want? This camera? There we go. That makes you look bad. Yep. So we're trying to set up some additional cameras. I've got a... Oh, I do have a top cam too. That's probably not even remotely mixed in there. That's the new top down. The old top down was this guy. So I think we're gonna work on swapping this one out now. So we're gonna need, I think, another long cable. And we'll need another camera. Just adding up how many USB ports I have left. You did not comment on the shirt, you swear? I could have sworn you commented on it. All right. That's fine. Blind. So I bought this kit used. It was, you know, surprisingly good savings, though it was obviously expensive. And it seems like whoever owned it before did not do much with it. Like they bought it, it didn't work for their setup, and they put it up used. So what is this? Oh, nice. A Type C to Type A adapter. I was literally lamenting that I did not go upstairs and get one. This is remarkably heavy too, this carrying case. Oh, because there's a freaking USB cable in the base of it. That's why. It's not just a heavy case. So that works. That makes sense. We're learning. That didn't come out of there. That is from this guy. So throw you in there with this. And you did not have... Oh, there it is. Okay. Cool. I'm just waiting for the other hat to drop. The other shoe to drop. It's been going so well so far with this. Maybe you're just tired. Who knows? That's a bag of drugs. It does kind of look like that sort of texture there. Something that's cool now. I think when you last came in, we were maybe... No, you came in near the start of things. But, so I've messed that camera up. Which one? We're window capture. So let's move you up to the top. Okay. So this is the main camera. There is now a teleprompter in front of the camera and a display right under it, which I think... Let's do some fancy shit here. If I do this, I can look over there and zoom in on the teleprompter. Oh, that's cool as hell. So yeah, the camera lens is right behind there. Let me grab this light. So that's the camera lens. And there's a teleprompter in front of it. And I rigged up a spare camera monitor that's used for like field recording, or field viewing, not recording, and got it to reverse the image the way I needed. And now the chat is on there in a separate view, so I can read your chat and I'm looking more or less directly at the camera lens, which is that a product like that's suggested from Elgato. It's the Elgato teleprompter, or the Elgato prompter and the Prompter XL. they've had that for a while, but it comes with a screen, and it's budget conscious as a product. I'm looking in the mirror and then back at myself. This is ridiculous. Let's zoom back out there. But the one that I got is from SmallRig, and it is going to give me more options when I'm not streaming to actually use the teleprompter. And I think the cost was relatively comparable, though the SmallRig is much higher quality, in my opinion. Lots of metal components. And though the SmallRig does not come with a display, so I had to supply a display, but we tried a different one out and it didn't work immediately with Windows. So we just used the next option, and it's rigged up. It works. It's working now. But yeah, that was one of the things. The other thing is behind me, and that's what one of the camera views was when it moved. There's just so much going on. We're gonna try to set up another top-down view here, and that, I think I need another base plate, so let me dig around in here. How was your stream, by the way, Sir Junk? Okay, so we have another base plate. Ooh, I don't want to get fingerprints. Okay. My computer is working overtime. It is capturing a 4K copy of everything I've been streaming today. So there's a lot more computing going on there. And then I have like 3 4K cameras or 4K plus cameras and a 1080p feed for it to process as well. I have an extra light on behind me and my normal 2 displays and 3 overhead lights, and it's getting toasty in here. Even though it's literally cold, if I step outside into the rest of the house, it's got to be like 80s in here right now, which is a lot. But okay, we got that set up. So now we need, I think we'll just take this off the overhead view and loop that cable back. Stick this kind of to the side. It's weird, but that works. It was fun. I had the Smack Talkers join in because I'm part of the junior support program. Okay, nice. Do you know what that means other than they just share emotes? Aha. Yes. Yes. It seems as though they send emotes to continue counting as a viewer, because Twitch, their solution for dealing with bots was to make it to where even real viewers that are watching don't count as viewers because they aren't constantly chatting. So now the bots, viewers, or at least people that are viewing, have to constantly message to count as a viewer if you're trying to build up your base viewership and everything. But it's good that you have big plans. Ah. So you've got big plans to dump a bunch of clips onto TikTok. That'll be interesting. I hope that goes well for you. Well, there's some hearsay about it. I know for me, if people stop chatting for a little while, my viewer count goes down. I've also seen some examples online with people that have, you know, 10,000% more viewers than I do, that they'll ask the lurkers to send a message and their view count will go up by like 300 people. I don't know, it's plausible. Yeah, hopefully the algorithm will pick it up. Yeah, I don't know what to say for, I don't have any TikTok algorithm advice, just that in general, if it's entertaining and people like it, it does better. Whether it's good or not, I guess. Not saying that it won't be good, but it doesn't have to be ultra high quality or anything like that. So let's get another cable open here. Yeah, I haven't messed with TikTok myself. I've kind of been considering it because their algorithm really does seem to work. And, you know, people that like certain things get shown those things on TikTok and not necessarily other places. Like if I like wood cutting videos and I watched a lot of those on there, I'm pretty sure I would watch a lot of woodcutting videos or whatever. Of course, it seems to get stuck where if you don't actually like something, like there's something that's negative towards something that you like a celebrity or something, you saying you don't like it doesn't necessarily seem to help because you may still watch it to a degree. Like you can't take your eyes off of it, but you know, better is better, I guess. Oh, I'm not familiar with. Is that a streamer or just a content creator? I'm assuming that is Cash or Casho. Yeah, I'm not very big on. I follow the people that I follow, and I know of a few other people around, but I don't tend to know all the big names. All right, so we've got this second camera pairing. It has connected. So now we have two cameras to select from in the software, so I can swap to this one, and now I can control it, so I can pan and tilt and zoom and set its functions. So we're going to put this little guy overhead and have our new overhead camera. Obviously, everything will get a little bit more elegant because at the moment I have like 18 freaking USB cables going everywhere. But you know, we make do. We make do. Queso. Is that a pun? He's funny, not really big in. Oh yeah, in the Kaisen case, yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, there's so many like medium-sized streamers. But he is fat. Okay. Yeah, when we're talking size, I guess. Oh, that's what he's known for. Okay, okay. Probably not just that. I'm sure he's funny or has something interesting to say. And then just leans into the rest of that. Okay, so now we have a new top-down camera. So I think if we add this new video capture device, we're going to call this OBS bot dose. and we'll pick it from our list. If I can get it to preview, I'll know which one is which. Okay, so it is the other one. I'm gonna hit OK. And it has not come up. And our solution has been to turn off the virtual camera and turn the virtual camera back on. And it's still connected. However, does not seem to be overriding this. So let me go to properties and deactivate, activate. It is very possible that I'm hitting a max for USB. I mean, I did just plug in my fourth webcam here. Fifth. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. Let's see how we can do chat moderation. That was pretty easy. Not too bad over there. Meet Cannon immortalize him as heavier than Earth's gravity. Wow. So basically, Family Guy. Remember that scene. So I'm gonna unplug the Elgato, which of course is the right angle plug. And we'll try this again. I'm having trouble getting that one to load. So let's move to top down. And are we having trouble with this other camera? Let's cycle that. Sent a link for it. Oh, for the Meet Cannon? Nice, thank you. We'll check that out. Let me got it tabbed out or tabbed up. Oh dear God. Oh, Meet Cannon is ridiculous. Okay, so now we have an upside down camera view here. But we did get a display. So this is premium content that everybody gets to view. Let me try to add the second version. So the multicam might run into some issues. There's a default setting for these cameras to turn off. That camera didn't get too hot. This one's not bad. I don't know if it's a thermal protection, but I'll be curious to see how this all sets up down the road. Like, you know, I set down to do a recording. Do I have to like manually set up anything? Because for the moment, it's looking to be challenging. Though I'm sure I will find a way. So if I turn this one off, we just have this one. That's a little bit of a stumbling block. We seem to be able to get one camera to function at a time. If I tried unplugging it and plugging it back in. No. No, I have not. It seems... Oh, I need 2-2. That is the wrong way. Okay, and we're going to toggle you back on, turn that off, turn that on. Toggle again. So it is kind of curious. It seems like it wants to connect one camera at a time, which not the biggest deal. They are supplemental, though having the 3-camera kit is kind of bizarre. I might like Meat Canyon's other videos. I might. I have seen the one. Wow, I'm blanking on his name. The funny French streamer. Funny in a way. One of the biggest. Blanking. It's been a long day. Mm-hmm. Yes. The Gold Lord. Yes, you've seen it. Yep. That's exactly him. So that went there. That's off. That is showing. Well, it's not showing disconnected anymore. We'll wake you back up. Okay. And I'm a little bit puzzled. That's okay. We will properly sort that out at a later date. But there's a weird... Oh. Well, it works now. Please go the other way. Please go the other way. But that one is... How have I done this? It seems to have crossed the... I don't know, the names seem to have gotten mixed up somehow. Like it's not always staying the same source, it just keeps reconnecting to a different source. Because I was trying to put it back to the other camera, and it yeah, it just keeps going black screen for you guys. Oh well, we'll figure that out later. So I don't know how the software routes these particular cameras. I should be able to use the remote to actually cycle between things. I should also be able to use the software as well. It's just running into some issues. I don't know for sure 100% what's going on. But I have a little bit of time left and I need to look at something else. So I was trying to get my top-down view cam. So I'm going to unplug this first. Tiny 2, we'll plug the Elgato back in. And we're just going to kind of steamroll ahead here. So the top view should be going. Tiny 2-2. Okay. And then that should mean if we do both cams, refresh you, we're going to swap over the top-down view. Why are you sleeping all of a sudden? Turn that off, go to OBS 2, resume. Little friendo. Silly technology. Okay. You're good. I need to get used to using the studio preview so that I don't have to show you guys the technical difficulties that I'm going through. It's just like, yeah, just the opposite. For whatever reason, having the second Tiny 2 is giving me all kinds of grief. So I'm maybe seeing why the prior owner of these decided to get rid of them. Maybe there's an update or something that needs to be performed. But quite simply, we're just not getting a preview. Even for me. Though we have seen that it works. And I can control it. I just want this to be the top-down cam. Because I need the cam for what we're about to do. So we're going to swap all the way back to how we had it in typical troubleshooting style. And we're going to physically exchange these cameras. So let me give you some kind of view here. You can sit there. You can go right here. Okay, another twist tie. I am gonna, no, wait, need that. Never mind. You can sit over there. Silly thing. Okay. Come on, software. You are lit up. I'm gonna turn it off and turn it back on. Dang it. Why do you run in the background, or you just didn't shut off? There we go. Okay. Connect, please. And let's get a preview. Yes, we have a preview. Please don't look quite that far back. Go medium speed. And then go top down. There we go. So that is kind of squared up. Should just be able to tilt you back. Other back. This way. That's the other way. Thing is upside down. I wonder if it knows. Do you think it knows when it's upside down? So this is my right hand on the right side. No. I'm gonna turn, oh. So you can't, oh, you can turn auto sleep off. Okay. I'll turn it off. Why not? View and gimbal reversed. So That didn't do a whole lot for me. I can adjust it in OBS, but it's weird to have it set one way. Maybe I did have it set the other way for the other camera. I just haven't set up a top view in a minute. So we will flip vertical, and then in our, we'll also just flip it horizontal. Okay. Hello. Yeah, it's weird to have to flip it twice. But we have a nice top-down view camera. Okay, so if we go both cams, we need to set up this view now. This view. Full, slide you over a little bit. Slide you back. There we go. Talk with your hands now. Hello. Certainly can. Okay. Now we're starting to cook a little bit. Main, down. And it's so weird how it seems to be. Try to adjust manually. If it just makes more sense to have it pointed that way and then point the actual device down. Which that is now reversed because I've changed a million different settings. Oh, I guess you could mount these upside down. And maybe that's why maybe I had it pointed too far down. That's a little bit better. Okay, and our res is 4K 30. We'll do 1080. And then it resets. Okay, reconnects. Yes, this is ASMR. It's free real estate. Okay, I need to clear a little bit of stuff off the desk. And it's getting late, so I probably need to start thinking about my blue light exposure. Put you guys over there. Isn't this just an amazing stream? Just getting to see me put things in boxes. And scuff everything to absolute hell. Box down. Okay. So now I think we're ready for the very last thing. And let's take a sip of water first. What last little bit I have. Okay. Here goes the next probably hour, if I'm not careful. Aww, that's so sweet, Mr. Junk. That's so nice of you. I do get upset. Not always, but you get to eventually you work through enough problems that it gets easier. And it's less upsetting. But I've been through plenty of loops. Audio was the biggest deal when I was first trying to record Let's Plays, and I spent hours trying to fix a non-fixable issue. My knowledge was too limited, so I keep coming back, keep learning, keep trying to do better every time. But now we get to look at something. The cream of the crop, we'll say, the best Probably one of the most exciting things from this recent haul. The webcams have been exceptional, though we have maybe some glitches to iron out, some software to work around, but this is going to be an absolute game changer. This view is not mirrored. No, not this one. I'm gonna have to redo that. Live retakes in Quibble. Oh, and we're all kinds of off to the side. Oh yeah, because we would have cropped the other side, thinking that was it, and that's not it. It's not it, bub. Okay. Main cam. And now we're going to take a look at one of the things I am most excited for, which is this. This is wireless HDMI video transmission. This lets you cut HDMI cables. And there's an absolute ton of ideas I have that this enables. And I'm really, really excited to take a look at all of them. But I don't have every single tool I need. Currently, I am using a USB-based video display transfer system. So I have webcams, basically. Or my big camera is actually just run over USB, because luckily I do at least have that option. So this is a consumer level priced HDMI video transmitter. These are used in the field so that you can monitor your camera remotely. But the signal is good enough that I should be able to stream with it. It is branded as a 4K device, and it can do 4K 30. But I will probably be using it as a 1080p device. And my goodness, this lid is very well fitted. Not excited about papers at the moment. These are them. These little metal chunks of really cool looking stuff. This is so cool. I'm just gonna take this in for a second. I have been wanting something like this for a really long time, and I've not been able to justify it until I could, which was last Sunday or Saturday. Looks like it does kind of look like a Taser. It does. So you have a transmitter and a receiver. You would plug your various HDMI devices in and out. Now, for me, what one possible solution that this lets me do is remote view what my camera is seeing and potentially pull focus remotely, which is very, very useful. Oh, they do have a DC. They just give you a power jack. That's super cool. And that's a nifty adapter for whichever plug type you have. Smart. Really smart, actually. So allowing me to... Oh, spare antennas. Let's take a look at everything. Okay, we have a USB-C to A adapter. We have a spare bullet antenna. And in here, feels like we have some kind of a mount. I'm assuming maybe a cold shoe. Okay, cool. So we have all metal with locking screws, cold shoe mount with a locking nut, and then, oh, that's separate quarter 20. And you can use just this mount as quarter 20, though it looks like there's an adapter in there that you could potentially thread out. And this looks like it must thread in to this part of the body right here, which I think this webcam actually focuses. So now we can really look at that. Holy crap. That is so good. How close can we get? Wow. My God. Looking good. So, rigging wise, we are going to need that probably with the quarter 20. And we may just use a short magic arm off of the camera. Let me run through some of the different options here. So one thing I want to do is stream from my backyard. And what I had originally thought that would entail is maybe using a long USB cable out to the camera and moving my actual computer to even outside or inside and running the cable outside, but I would still be tethered. I would still run a long cable. I would get somewhere out in the yard and I would have my, I guess I'd have a longer lens on the camera so then I could reach further into the yard to what I want to do is maybe have like a fireside chat, just a chatting stream and have a fire going, just hang out with people, have some drinks, whatever's good, talk about some nerdy shit. Or I've been enjoying chopping firewood quite a lot. I have a fun little video on my YouTube of that. And I thought that might be another fun venue to hang out and talk with people. But the complications of doing that, you know, moving a computer, moving a monitor, setting it all up is a little bit ridiculous. So having these two devices allows me to completely cut the video transmission cord. It also allows me to shift from USB display output of the camera, which is limited, to HDMI, but I have to convert back to USB to get it onto this computer because I don't have HDMI capture yet. No huge plans on that. I'm trying to stall out on that whole line of expense. Trying to stay USB at the end, but at least we can be HDMI in between. Now there's another important thing here. And that is this. and you might say, well, holy crap, Declan, that looks like it's the same thing. And you're right, it is. So why the heck did I buy a used version of the receiver? What gives? What is the point of that? You can transmit one transmitter to two receivers. What's so exciting about that is now I can have one feed from the camera going to the stream PC, being captured, being broadcast. I can also have a second feed that I can view as well now. It's just picking up the same signal. There's no duplicating or lag or anything like that. And what that entails for me is I've always had this dream of having a handheld monitor with my focus wheel. So I'd have a handle, like a top handle, my focus wheel, and then an EVF with now, I guess, a transmitter, all handheld. And what I can do is, with my manual lenses that I absolutely adore, if I want to focus on something, I can stand in frame, take a peek, focus it, and I know I'm good. There's no guessing, there's no walking back and forth, doing multiple takes, trying to see if I walk into focus or not. So that's also a game changer, and it being used made it just that much easier to purchase. So let's rifle through the rest of this box, and we'll install these bullet antennas. They have another version. I think it's the Mars 400, and there's probably a letter associated somewhere in there. And that has the older style antennas. So I'm glad to have these bullet style ones because that is just a little bit easier to manage. So taking a look at this is going to be our power adapter. It does not appear that for the receiver only, that you get those other things. There could be, yes, there could be a slot missing, and maybe I just didn't get it from the whoever sold this. So that's a bummer and a half, actually. Why they felt the need to hang on to that is frustrating, because this is the only mount that there is. It's proprietary, so we may have a little creation session to 3D print something to solve that for us. But in the meantime, this will be enough to do some damage and get some creative things going. Have to go to bed. The bones are weak. I understand. See you soon, and this is a commercial use. Thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out to say bye. I appreciate that. Have a good rest. You need your rest. You always need your rest. Have a great night. Alrighty. We'll put this back together. Those will be super handy to have. I'm not too worried about the box as long as everything works properly. We still have audio, good. Then I will just recycle. Gone are the days of keeping every single box. I've had to get rid of so many. Love you too, man. I'll be clear on that too. I don't have a problem saying that. But love you too. FBI. FBI stuff. That's funny. The consumer version. That's awesome. Yeah. It kind of is. Okay, good night. Have a good night. Alright, so we've got a variety of things on the table. We have a little time for some more fun. Let's see what kind of damage we can do here setting this up. So we need a display in and we need a display out. So if I get, and then power, of course. So I could get my EVF. If I could locate my boxes. Why don't we do it with just a monitor? You won't be able to see the EVF, so we'll just do this with monitor, though the monitor needs power. All the complications that I'm running into are that the camera, the battery that powers everything is back behind my camera. And I think that's going to get into quite a bit. So I think maybe I need to call it quits before I completely spiral out of control and lose all sense of time and go to bed way too late. So why don't we, to wrap things up, do a little video shoot of the transmitter and receiver set here. So we'll use the Elgato again. So let me flip-flop here to the Elgato. And then we'll shift my view over once more. Put that box out of frame. Do the same, up the gain, drop the headphones, and we're gonna go sit back there on the bucket, of course. So many quartz. Okay, so now we're back here, and we're gonna drop the view. Very good. Here is one device. There is the second. And the Elgato's gone wide angle again. Not sure when it did that, but that's okay. And now we can get a good look at this product from all sides. Why don't I put these back to back, or front to back? That's so freaking cool. Let me grab my phone stand, which, mind you, is not for phones. That can lean back and get a little bit more light. We could set this one to the side, and that shows the back of the other device. And now we need some light. So we'll put some contrasting light somewhere in here. This is obviously much closer than you would maybe do. You could technically mount this if I had the right mount for it. I might have something I could throw together really quick. I do have a magic arm in here somewhere. Okay, and it's quarter 20 to quarter 20. So do we have a super clamp? One super clamp. Get us started. That'll get us all the way, actually, because we have this handy accessory rail. So I'm going to slide this rail back into view, and I can't see chat from all the way over here, so just double check. Looks good. So line this up vertically, and then we'll get this threaded in there. Camera. now I can clamp my light with the super clamp. Flip that around. That. Just move this down here. Make sure it's out of view, which it is. You can turn it up for some contrasting fill light. And I think that's going to be too tall, so let me set this down a little bit. I'm excited to set this all up tomorrow and see how these work. Okay, let me try to tilt my camera back. We're just out of view, so we're going to go ahead and remove the backing board, I think. Not really. Now you can get the parallax, and let's give her a good little turn here. Wow. So cool. So I think our focus changed on the Elgato. We had it set to manual earlier, and now it's hunting again. That's what I was hearing. It was hunting. Was not impressed with the focus earlier on that camera. Let me make sure zoom is all the way out. So we're just dealing with something that's very tall. I need to reduce my, we're looking at 1080-60. We can drop that. 1080-30. Why don't we do 2100-30? It got sharper. Looks a little over sharpened, but interesting still. And get this guy out of the way for the moment. Bring you back down. Tilt you out. Back. You can show the rear battery port. Now you are a little too bright for the fill. Let's turn you down. Just want to hint. We have a nice bright spot up here falling down. So I just want something to kind of fill in just a bit so it's not so obvious. And this is looking like it's going to be another amazing shot here. Alright, let's let this thing rip. That is so freaking cool, man. What a freaking cool preview. Like, holy crap. I wish I wasn't man spreading in the background. I wish the background was something worth looking at. But that little bit of fill light, working wonders. That's incredible. We've lost our main cam. We actually have. So we're gonna swap full on Elgato here, which I need to add. Our secondary battery finally died. But look at this. That is so freaking cool. I cannot even. Oh, stop somewhere good. Stop somewhere good. Stop somewhere good. Oh, so close. Would have been the money shot if it stopped like right here. Alright, our cable's getting tangled, so I'm going to give her a good push the other way. We're going to go past. Not it. That's alright. That's alright. We're just having fun. That wasn't bad. That was not bad. We'll leave that be. Thank you guys for tuning in to this marathon for me of a stream, 6.5 hours. We have looked at, we've essentially opened a lot of boxes and made a lot of trash go everywhere. But we took a look at the 2 types of webcams that I have gotten. We have looked at our little spin table here, which is mind-blowing what it can do. We have looked at the teleprompter and we set it up to function with the chat, which has been a really, really fun experience. It's a lot more engaging, and I know where to look now. There will be a set place. I won't be looking for wherever I've moved the screen to. It also frees up some space elsewhere. So we need to set up the wireless transmission system probably tomorrow and get a proper look at it, and let me at least focus on my own face for the end here. But lots to come. We did set up this overhead light as well on remote, which is very exciting. Just the small little improvements that I plan to make for the more full-featured and planned things. That's what's happening in these small little streams at the moment. We're experimenting, we're checking new things out, and we're getting a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at some of the videos that I'm going to be making. So with that, that is all I have in me for today. I need to go wrap up my day. But I hope everyone had fun watching on Twitch and on YouTube, and have a great